Oh, praise be. Oh, wonderful.
Brilliant. So I will wait to see whether we're live on our phone, on my phone, but I assume that we are. Hello, everyone
Yeah.
who's waiting in the comments. This is our first time doing a live stream since 2018. Fun fact. We streamed the very first one of these proper commentaries, and then we never did it again.
Until today.
Until today, indeed. Is it live?
Hello, Captain Meme. What are we commentating?
Well, my phone says we're not live yet.
We're live. I'm seeing us on stream.
Okay.
We're here.
Perfect. Glad to know my phone is doing terribly. Right, so we are here commentating the DiploStrats Gauntlet. What is the DiploStrats Gauntlet? I don't know, it's a random tournament I came across. No, it is a tournament run by us on our Discord server. The qualifiers had 5 games. The people who topped each game, so who came out at the end with the most supply centers, qualified straight to the final. Out of the 5 players who came in on second, myself and Ezio each chose one of them to progress. And these are the 7 players you see on your screen right now. We have 1 bar of soap, who was Ezio's wildcard pick, playing Austria. We have Odin playing England, who I believe also won their prelim game on England. We have Zach playing France, who also won their pre-game, their prelim game on France. We have Evan HMP playing as Germany. They were also a board topper. I believe they were on France as well. Jimmery was playing England and came in second. They were my wildcard pick. Micah won their game on Russia. And Tim won his game on Austria, I believe. So, yeah, these are the 7 players we have, and really looking forward to this. This is live commentary. The game is actually live. So, we are probably going to do this a bit weirdly, because we're used to going at our own pace on things, right? But here we have about 15 minutes every phase.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm excited. I think this is going to be a great game.
Yes.
The preliminaries were fun. You guys might get to see our analysis of them later on the channel. No promises, though. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes.
But those games are great, and these are the winners of those games. So,
yeah.
if you're winning a game of diplomacy, you must have done something right. So I'm excited to see how they play out here.
Absolutely great. I'm really looking forward to commentating a couple of those prelim games, because there was some that were very interesting. But yeah, worth it noting that a lot of these players had only played a couple of games of diplomacy before this point. It's kind of amazing to see how many people DiploStrats has introduced to the game, and I think a ton of these people, the people who played in the tournament, were in that category. It was fantastic. Okay, so I am going to refresh the page here, and we are in, well, that is fall 1901. We now have the spring 1901 orders. Ezio, do you have the map up first? I realise I didn't send you the game.
I found it, and I am trying to get it live, but trying to load Spring '01 took ages. I see the map. I see some orders, and man, oh man, do we have a Spring '01. Oh, let's go.
This is incredible.
Oh no, Russia. Oh no.
Okay,
oh, yes.
So it is worth noting this is not a very standard Spring '01 board.
Oh, yeah.
There are a few things that I can point out as not being very standard. The first is the German moves. Do you want to talk about those, Ezio?
I think let's come to Germany last, because Germany is going to be the most to talk about, I think. First, I'd say let's talk about the bounce in Piedmont, right?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting moveset. Clearly agreed upon. There is absolutely no way those two did not agree to bounce in Piedmont. We agreed on that?
I mean, there's always a chance, but no, I do think that this looks like an arranged bounce, especially with Rome going south. Italy knew full well that they weren't going to get into Piedmont, I think. Otherwise, this is an extremely good guess by France as to what Italy was doing.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah.
So that's nice because it means that Italy's not in Tyrolia, and so Germany then might have some more space and be free to do other things elsewhere. Other things will remain nameless, and we'll look at that in a second. The next one I want to talk about, the bounce in Armenia.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't see that every day. I love it.
That is super interesting as well. Of course, usually you see the bounce in Black Sea, right? Between the two, the Russian and the Turkish fleet, just to keep them both completely safe. Black Sea is a really strong province for either of these powers if they're aiming to attack the other one. So you generally want to agree on the first turn. I'm going to attack it, you're going to attack it, neither of us will get in, and that's completely fine. We both keep ourselves safe. In this case, Turkey clearly wanted to get their fleet out much more quickly than usual, so they arranged to do this bounce in Armenia, which means that Russia could take Black Sea, but if they do take Black Sea, they end up with a Turkish army on their border. I honestly still think that's kind of worth doing sometimes. You can move Moscow down to follow, right? And then that army isn't a problem. But this is a good way of getting an RT started if you really want to get that fleet out.
And if you want to open north like this and move Moscow up to St. Petersburg, this is a great way to give yourself some security as Russia to say, okay, Turkey's not going to end up with Fleet Black Sea and an army in Armenia, so I'm unlikely to lose Sev in the first year. And Turkey can feel somewhat safe moving out of Ankara because, as you pointed out, even if Russia moves to the Black Sea, I can move into Armenia and still apply some pressure there. So it's the most trusting and like, hey, Russia and Turkey are going to try to juggernaut this map immediately. And now we can look at Germany and Austria and realize they have the perfect way to blow this up because Russia is in such bad shape immediately. Warsaw is gonna fall unless Austria chooses to save Russia.
Which surely they don't
Right?
do, right? You wouldn't have gone into Galicia with Russian agreement here. This has to be an attack, a coordinated attack, I think.
Yeah, right. This is they agreed to DMZ it, and then Austria just went right back. Austria is soap, right? On her word, I believe.
Yes.
Let me double
I don't actually know.
check.
Um, yeah.
I based on what I heard in voice, I might be wrong on that one, but I'll double check. Anyways, that they clearly went back on the deal there. I think.
Yeah, so
and
he him, just so you know.
oh, so to see him. Okay,
I think
got
it's
it.
Italy who is Italy and Russia are both she her. Yes, that's correct.
Got it. This is what I get for not knowing people. But Soap is he him. Great. Soap is excellent.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah. This looks like a stab to me, probably coordinated with Germany to apply maximum pressure and get Russia just England's opening north. Oh man, because England can convoy into Holland, guaranteed, right?
Oh, that is true.
Nobody can stop that.
Yeah. So this is why you don't usually see this German opening very much, right? It does put a ton of pressure on Russia, and that's fantastic if you want to cripple Russia, but it loses all your control over the lowlands. And these two, like, Russia is playing in two theaters. Russia might be your nemesis in the north, but they're not going to commit everything immediately against you because doing so would give up their south. Whereas these two neighbours, England and France, are going to be actively your neighbours for the early game. They're going to be players you are competing with and trying to ally with, and if you have no units anywhere near them, you can't be an effective ally to them against the other. So, we might see why this is not a very commonly played opening here. But importantly, if England does go into Holland here, they are just giving up their ability to take Norway if Russia really wants to bounce it, right? So, do you think that happens?
If I am Russia and I see this opening, I am telling England, hello, I'm sorry for opening north. I was a fool. Please take Norway with your fleet. Please convoy into Holland. I'm going to be moving Bothnia into the Baltic Sea because I'm 100% confident that Germany is going to be bouncing me out of Sweden here. Once I'm in the Baltic Sea, I'd love to support you into Kiel next year. Please accept it. kind England. And I would do that. And I would move St. Petersburg down to Livonia to try to staunch the bleeding. I would beg Austria and say, "Hello, Austria. Um, please don't kill me." But yeah.
Like, the really painful thing about this, right, is because Germany has those two armies there ready to take Warsaw, you can't do anything about that unless you get Austrian assistance. But also, if Austria is happy just to let Germany take Warsaw, they can screw you over even more by supporting themselves into Romania. And then you don't even get that build when you try and go south with Ukraine.
I think Austria is going to do that. Austria's got a real chance to go +3 here in 01.
Yes. Does Turkey support the move into Romania? I feel like they kind of should, right?
Which move into Romania? The Russian
the Russian move, not the Austrian move. Sorry. So that would make sure that the Russian move goes if they get the support.
Wow. This is such an exciting one.
You are about to hear a DiploStrats siren, I think? Oh no, they stopped. Oh wow. Important thing to note, in this live stream, this is a live stream, therefore I cannot stop the sirens, edit out the sirens in post, which I quite often do. So, yeah, you will have to live with that. And I 100% agree with that comment that just came in, by the way. You can tell these players are fans of DiploStrats because of their wild openings. I think we might have got some of these specifically because they know they're going to be on the stream.
Maybe, but so it's important to note that these players were all just in a tournament, and I believe the Russian player who's in Russia was on Russia in the qualifiers.
Yes.
Let me double check that. And so if they saw that Russia played particularly well, there is going to be metagaming in this event. Notably, if it were a purely metagame decision, I would have expected them to go after France, who had the strongest result in the first game and ended on 17 centers and could have soloed but chose to decline it. So I think France did the best, but also it's France and no one ever attacks France because why would you?
Yeah. And
so some metagame decisions going on here.
I think to give some context for the metagame decisions here, England was playing England in the first round, France was playing France in the first round, Russia was playing Russia in the first round, so we have a fair few people who are playing on their nations they've already done very well on, right? And we do have, of course, a couple people who competed on the same board, because that was how it worked. The player who got second got through. In this case, the French player, Zach, and the Austrian player, Soap, they were on opposite sides of the board, so they were France and Russia, respectively. France got very, very close to that solo. Am I too quiet? Hang on, I'll move that a bit closer. France got very, very close to that solo, decided to decline it, and that is the reason why Austria is in this final, because if Ezio went off of Summer Square scores for his result, for his wild card, and a Summer Square score for a person who loses to a solo is 0. So Soap got in because of that. So it'll be interesting to see whether those two work together later. The other two who are in the same qualifier is Jim, I think, Jimafree, who was playing Italy, came second to Tim's Austria at the time, but Tim is in Turkey now. They were on opposite sides of the board. Jimafree was in England, and they had like a 3v3 situation for the entire game. So yeah, that was basically what happened with that one. They were kind of nemesis. I don't know how... I don't know whether that's going to carry over. I guess we will see. That's about all the context you need, though, I think. Is there much more you want to talk about on this phase? I think the Italian opening needs a little bit of discussion, right? The Rome to Naples.
As opposed to Rome to Apulia? Or just, they're gonna Lepanto, but they bounced in Piedmont?
So Rome to Naples instead of Rome to Apulia was what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Do you want to go over that?
I don't... It is so rarely relevant. I don't particularly care.
Fair enough. YouTubers right now pinging me and say, please run ads, please run ads. This is I'm new to live streams. No, I'm not going to. Okay, but yes, the Rome to Naples is usually not done. Usually you would do Rome to Apulia just because you can support Venice or move back up to Venice in that case. Whereas if you move to Naples, you cannot. But moving to Naples, importantly, shows that you are almost 100% going to convoy away, because you can't do very much else from there. So that's a minor advantage, I guess.
Yeah, Army Apulia can move everywhere that Army Naples can move, but also has extra options. So, generally speaking, you want to do that instead. But if you're convoying it into Tunis, which is the most common opening, it's okay. It's fine. I think moving to Naples might. I don't know. It's a. Don't worry about it. I don't care too much about that minor distinction. I do think it's better. I agree it's better to move to Apulia, but it's fine.
Oh, there's a siren in the background.
Is adjudication? Is adjudication?
It should be around adjudication now. We may have to wait a little bit of time.
I'm refreshing.
Because Backstabber can be a bit slow. Right now I'm still looking at the spring moves, but I think we're more or less done with this, so we will be moving on as soon as we
in
can.
2 minutes.
Oh, really?
Okay, never mind. Oh, game is in grace period.
Oh no! Come on, guys, I told you not to trigger grace. Okay, you're... Why would you do this? Okay, now I need to bring up the GM account and see who is causing this. Okay, no, they got it in. Alright.
Game is adjudicated.
Through we go. Fall 1901. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
This is cool.
So this is a super interesting situation, right here. I mean, what do you want to talk about first? There's a whole lot we could talk about right now.
France got 3 builds nice and safely. This was almost guaranteed after the opening in the spring. We didn't really mention it, but that's good. Turkey went and kept on doing Turkey things, getting the fleet into Aegean. That's great. England went for the clean convoy into Denmark. I'm a huge fan. That's great. That's wonderful, because of all the reasons we described, right? You knew that Denmark was moving to Sweden, so this convoy also works. This convoy feels more hostile to Germany.
Yes.
Do you feel that way?
I mean, yes, it's incredibly hostile to Germany, right? It's saying, I'm gonna push you out of Scandinavia, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and it's kind of accurate, and... Oh, that's... And then, to make matters worse, Austria worked with Russia to bounce Germany out of Warsaw.
Oh my god. So, do you think...
And then Italy stabbed Austria.
Okay, so this I was expecting, and I was supposed to talk about it last turn, and then I forgot. So you will have to take my word that I expected the move into Trieste. But it just looked so open and appealing with the Austrian army gone in Galicia. It might even be negotiated, you never know. It is just fun to see how much the reaction to the Russian being so far behind off the bat, right? Being in such a bad position was, we've got to prop up Russia. From literally everyone, from Turkey, from Austria, from England, they all did pro-Russia moves. To the point that Russia got both of the supports into Romania. Fantastic. But this, of course, makes me think that Galicia move was not coordinated with Germany at all, right? The two of them went in separately. Is that your read on it too?
Man, I thought this was Austria stabbing Germany.
Well, yes, this is Austria stabbing Germany, maybe. Oh, you mean as in they agreed to go all in and then Austria turned around right now?
Yeah, and then Austria said, yeah, great, thanks for putting all this pressure on Russia for me. Hey, Russia, we should be friends now. Yup. Thumbs up. And then they're just forming the classic Russia-Austria-Turkey alliance.
In which case, Italy is gonna... I think Italy might actually be happy that they took Trieste just to try and reduce the power of that. But no, I don't think an Austria-Russia-Turkey alliance is gonna last very long if one does exist right now. I did want to
If there's a game
about...
for it, if there's a game for it, this is the game for it. Because Russia is weakened so much so early. Turkey got their fleet into the Aegean so quickly and is going to be able to build a fleet in Smyrna. Like, they're going to hit Italy really quickly here.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, the game is so chaotic, right? All of the classic, oh, this alliance is good, this alliance is bad. Nobody has any clue. I haven't analyzed games where where this is the one.
This is true. So, I did want to talk about this a second, right? The thing I wanted to talk about is up in the north here, with the convoy into Denmark and the move into Norway. So this is an opening that has been written about in articles. It's something I remember reading when I was studying diplomacy in the first place. Well, I say studying, like, finding ways not to study things that I should have been studying by looking up diplomacy articles. This whole thing is considered an opening strategy where, as England, you go to Germany, you say, hey Germany, please bounce out Russia. And then you go to Russia and you say, hey Russia, Germany is bouncing you out, please go to Baltic. Because that way I can slip into Denmark behind them, and then they'll be in a really bad position. In practice, that never works, because if you're trying to do all of that manipulation, right, the one thing the article forgets is that people talk. So Germany goes to Russia, or Russia goes to Germany and says, hey, is England trying to get both of us to do this stupid thing? And then they go, oh, yeah, England is an incredibly manipulative person. And then it just, nothing happens. You get ganged up on, and Germany does in fact support Russia to Sweden, and your convoy doesn't go anywhere. And you get no builds, or you only get Norway. But in this situation, it was so incredibly obvious that Germany was bouncing Sweden. Germany had made the initial aggressive move. That wasn't England manipulating anything. That it works, right? Because England can just go to Russia, hey, I've got this idea of how to get the advantage on Germany here. And Russia will go with it because Germany's already, basically declared war on them.
And it's the thing that, as Russia, you're going to move to the Baltic Sea without England telling you they're convoying to Denmark. Whether or not England makes that move, you want to be in the Baltic.
Yes.
So, right, it's like, you don't even have to tell Russia. Just, if the most negotiations I would have with Russia is to say, hey, I am taking Norway with one this turn, so you can try to bounce me if you want, but I'm convoying the other thing. Be in Baltic, it'll be helpful. But you don't have to tell them what's going on or anything. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I did just want to point out that that is a thing I've seen articles written about and have never successfully seen in a diplomacy game. Up until now. So I'm very happy to see it. Also, God, France just gets an uncontested 3 build with no one anywhere near them and no one in Holland.
And no one even thinking about maybe potentially attacking France in the next 3 years. Like, Germany's only building 1 and is in a pretty rough shape with this fleet in the Baltic. I want to see Russia and Germany make up immediately. There's no negotiations during builds because this is a real game. See, if there was full press, I'm talking to Germany as Russia here, and I'm saying, look, good try, hilarious, but you gotta stay alive. Build something in Kiel, I'll build something in St. Petersburg, and we'll get Denmark and Norway, and that's going to be our plan here. Mm-hmm. There's no negotiation in builds, so I don't know if they managed to work it out, because of course you want to build an army in Warsaw if you're Russia, because, I don't know, you're sane. I just wouldn't.
Yeah. I really prefer diplomacy when you can negotiate in retreats and builds, because it feels like a more complete game, right? They feel like things you should be able to talk about, because the core of the game is talking about stuff. But in these games where you're essentially playing live, it does make sense to disallow it, just because you don't want people taking forever on those phases. These games
slows
already
things down
take
so
long
much.
enough.
and the negotiation, they're not super relevant. Like, people will take all of the time you give them because that's optimal. And so, yeah, yeah.
Yep. I did want to also say, if I'm still much quieter than Ezio, can someone post that in chat, because I can try and fix that on my end. But in the meantime, yeah, I really love this France position. I don't know, do we want to do power rankings every year on this stream? Because we're going to be going a bit slower than usual, because it's live? Or...
Yeah. I mean, I think power rankings right now make a lot of sense. Because this is crazy, and like, how do we expect things to go from here? Like, France is obviously at the top of the power rankings, right? It's like not even close to being close, right?
Yes. I mean, France is already so strong.
It's absurd.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Audio is good. That's fantastic. So yes, France at the very top. Who would you put in second?
Turkey.
See, I was going England. I think a double build England start is actually really... I mean, that's the only thing that's keeping France in line right now, is the fact England gets 2 builds on their first turn. But maybe France being so uncontested makes England less powerful than Turkey here.
That's my thinking. Yes, England got 2 builds, and that is excellent, right? We are very happy for England. That is way above average. But those 2 builds came from Denmark and Norway, and France is uncontested. What happens when France runs amok all over the map? Well, England does not enjoy that. Whereas with Turkey, Austria was just potentially stabbed by Italy. I certainly think so, and it certainly seems like Austria and Turkey are coordinating with Romania. These are the setups that let Turkey get another build usually quite easily, and from there they can flow into Italy. And I don't see any potential enemies for Turkey at the moment. A lot of this depends on my analysis that Italy into Trieste was not agreed upon. But I think Serbia supporting Sev into Romania, I think if you're Austria and... I just don't think you would let this happen, basically. So I don't think that was agreed upon. And so I think there's going to be a war there. I think we're going to have an Eastern Triple, and Russia's super weak right now, and so I think Turkey is going to be the main beneficiary off of this. I do think England is 3rd place after Turkey, though.
So I'm actually not sure Russia is going to be all that weak. I think Russia is going to be a lot stronger than people think very soon, because Germany has to pull those units back, right? And then what enemy does Russia have? I guess they can't get anything in Scandinavia, so they are quite weak on that front. But at the same time, they could just send all their units south and still do stuff. They could just convoy into the German homeland.
They can go for that convoy, but I assume there is going to be a build in Kiel. Mm-hmm. And we'll see.
Probably. Well, definitely there'll be a build in Kiel. Do you reckon the Russian could get English support for Livonia to Kiel? That would be quite the 1902.
Sick. That would be so cool.
Right. So.
All right. So you don't think that Russia's going to be that weak? Are you expecting Russia to try to make a stab on this Turkey then?
Right now, I don't know. I think you have to see Prussia and Silesia go first, so you can't do it this year, right? But at the same time, maybe this Turkey commits so heavily to being in alliance with you and like hopes that you're weak enough that you can make the jump into Black Sea next year and get them, because they're probably building Fleet Smyrna, right? They're not going to have anything to stop that. And if you can get a build and, you know, get into that position where you can convoy an army into Ankara unopposed, it's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, if Turkey doesn't get a build,
they probably
year,
will get a build.
They might be exposed.
Well, yeah, actually, no. Where are they getting their
good.
build from if they're in an RAT? Like, they're not getting a build this year if that's the case, right?
Probably. They would probably have to stab Austria for Greece to get a build, is my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe they stab Russia.
This is all working off the assumption that Austria is even working with Turkey, right? They might not be. These
It's
might just
support.
be two separate alliances with Russia.
I suppose, but after Italy moves into Trieste, you don't think Austria is flexible enough to say, "Hey, Turkey,
Okay,
let's
yeah.
be friends"?
Fair enough. So in terms of power rankings, we got the top three: France, Turkey,
Yeah.
England. Who's in fourth?
Then Italy.
Do you think?
Ah,
I'd be tempted to put Russia.
Austria, Russia. Man, see, this is why this game is so cool right off the bat. I have no idea who's in last place on this board. I take it back. It's Germany. I have no idea who's in second to last place on this board.
I do agree that last place is Germany. Sorry, Germany. It's a super bold opening, and I think it could have
Right.
done incredibly well if it had worked. But that's the problem with super bold openings, right? If they don't do very well, if they don't work, then you're in a horrible position immediately.
This one telegraphs everything you're doing a lot, which can be useful and struggles sometimes. All right, so it's Russia, Austria, and Italy as the final three that we have to look at.
Yes.
So I think it depends on the alliance structure between Austria, Turkey, and Russia. Did I say those three? I think those are the three, right? Because if those three are in a triple, then Italy is second to last. Italy is not going to last in there. But if Italy can get Russia and Turkey to stab Austria here, then there's a chance. Obviously, that's going to be tough because of the fleet in Romania and Austria saving Russia's life just now. But
Yeah.
Italy got two builds, man. Italy got two builds in the first year, and Austria's only getting one. If they build Army Venice, like,
I mean,
Yeah.
it has to be Army Venice, Fleet Naples, surely, right?
surely.
I mean,
Unless Army Rome, Army Venice, we go ham.
I see. I almost think this could have been a reaction to the fact that Russia and Turkey were working together on the first turn. You know, Turkey came out with the fleet. Italy then goes to Austria and says, "Hey, Austria, I need some momentum, some fleets in advance. Please give me Trieste." But if that is the case, you usually see Ionian going to Eastern Med or Aegean instead of convoying Naples to Tunis here, just to make sure you counter that fleet's momentum. But if that is the case, I'd love to see fleet from Italy. That would be an interesting position. I think that declares an alliance with Austria very strongly.
Yeah, and that'll definitely shoots Austria up the power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Austria has full choice. Everyone wants to work with them. That'd be great.
Yeah. How about we're live, so we can use the audience to decide when we can't. Audience, who do you want to see in the top place out of those three? Out of Austria, Russia, and Italy, who do you think is the strongest? Here we go. We're outsourcing our jobs. This is brilliant.
Yeah, we are crowdsourcing power rankings. Thumper, good call. We needed your help.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, meanwhile, I can read the comments for content. This is great.
I would put Russia as first out of these three remaining countries.
Oh, are we not crowdsourcing the?
Well, I mean, okay. First of all, Sports Balls agrees with me. So yes, Sports Balls. That's right. And Flair agrees with me.
Oh,
Everyone's
actually,
with me on Russia.
Wait, Flair said
Boom.
both
Hey,
of them.
hey, Italy. Hey, Flair, stop it. Austria, Italy, knowing the builds for sure. Knowing the builds. Oh, builds are out. Oh, should we look at builds
Oh,
while
okay.
determining this?
Sure, that's probably a good idea.
Hey, builds are cheating. Builds are cheating. No, we did this whole thing without seeing builds.
Army
No.
Smyrna? What?
Oh my god. Alright, fine. Builds are relevant.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, I'll put Italy over Russia. I'll put Italy over Russia. Hey, everyone who said Russia with me, it's only because we didn't know the builds. It's fine. What? Why? Why did they build an Army Smyrna? No.
So
We've talked about this.
the only thing Army Smyrna's good for here is going to Armenia, right? So therefore, this is an attack on Russia after demilitarizing Black Sea and moving your fleet out? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's a misorder. I think it's a misorder, and I'll stand by it.
It does.
Army Smyrna. No way is that real.
It does feel like a misorder. Like, what's the strategic logic for this? You can, if you want to attack Austria, you can convoy it and support in, but why would you ever do that? You
You
need a
could convoy
fleet.
Constantinople too. The fleet covers Eastern Med, supports Aegean. I
Uh,
think it's a misorder. Honest to God, I think it's a misorder. Turkey, get out of the kitchen. Yeah, I think Turkey's cooking a little too hard here. Okay, so I agree, you guys. Smyrna is probably trying to go to Greece. But if you know that as Austria right now, I can like you can work with Italy to then support and force the Aegean Sea to retreat, and therefore it doesn't work. Classic Ezio misorder propaganda. I'm propagandizing for no. I think that's a misorder, and I stand by it. I won't be convinced otherwise.
uh,
Oh no.
okay.
All right, I'm rooting. Who was I rooting for in this game? Soap. I was rooting for Austria.
Hang
That's
on.
right.
So are we redoing power rankings now? Because I think Turkey is now definitely lower than England, right? Actually, probably lower than other players too.
Yes. After this build,
Okay, hang on.
I will put
I'm gonna
yeah
real quick put them in the place they were before the builds, which
4 builds.
would have been Russia, then Italy, then Austria by the crowdsourcing decision. Although my software does not want to put them in the right place. Hang on.
Oh God.
You know what? It doesn't matter if they're in the right place or not. That's roughly what it is. Okay, and now post builds, Turkey. Well, no. Okay, Turkey's not at the bottom. This is an exaggeration, but they have dropped.
It's second to bottom.
I think that could be the case. Like, where do they get their builds from?
What do they do with their units?
I don't know. It has to go to Armenia?
And then Russia just defends.
Yeah, Russia
And
comes
you
out to
can't
Black Sea.
get
I
a
mean, it's
fleet
true.
into the Black Sea anymore.
But it has to be an alliance with Austria because nothing else makes sense, right?
I think it's an alliance with Russia and a misorder in Smyrna, and therefore Turkey's position isn't as bad as it looks, but it's still kind of bad.
Okay. Right. So who moves up? So Russia also drops as a result of this, right?
Yeah, Italy moves up
Italy moves up considerably. Austria?
a huge amount. Yeah, Austria moves up too, because I think Austria's going to work with Italy now.
Yeah. So then it would go France, England, then Italy, Austria, Russia, Turkey?
Germany, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds right. All right,
Yeah,
all right,
sorry,
all right.
Germany. Despite how much changed with that build, you are still
Let
in last
him
place.
cook. So what? What's the thing here? We're gonna convoy Smyrna to Greece. Let Khan support hold Bulgaria.
Oh my god. Okay, I think one of the commenters has had the greatest idea of all time here.
Smyrna to Albania.
Oh my god. The person who
Then
was
just build a
wanting
fleet and like.
the person who was wanting
Okay.
more Imperial diplomacy content, there will be some. In fact, the Imperial diplomacy creator is in the chat right now. It is Flair. We're currently playing a chaos game where 81 people have one center each, so that'll happen at some point. This convoy from Smyrna to Albania would be incredible, but at the same time, I think it's unlikely to happen because if you're Italy, why don't you just convoy Tunis to Albania if you're doing that and take the stuff yourself? Right? You don't want to give Turkey a better
to
position.
deny a fleet, right? If you're Italy and you're saying, all right, how can I get Turkey to work with me here? Hmm.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Turkey goes to you, hey, I'm gonna go from Smyrna to Albania here and order Aegean convoy Smyrna to Albania, don't you just go, yes, and then walk into the Eastern Med? This is...
I do agree, but Captain Meme, we've never been in a game like this before, and you have no idea what people are gonna do on the finals of it. Maybe they'll throw for content. Oh God.
Right. Oh, I should say, if people are listening into the conversations, please don't say what's happening in those conversations in the chat, because we are doing this, like, blind of the conversations.
Yeah. Captain Gaming, please, 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 don't
It
say
is.
anything to anyone about anything if you're in the conversations. Please, please mute yourself. Do not talk to anyone. Please.
But yes, so why
Why
not
stop at Albania? Why not have Puglia?
I'm sure
Yes,
that's something.
that's real. Yeah, again, it's no problem, Captain Gaming. Just, again, please, if you guys are spectating the actual chat, which, by the way, if you guys want to do, you can go into spectator, you can go and hear the conversations and see what they're saying now.
These people are playing live
do that.
on the DiploStrats servers, so if you... I don't think I put the server link in the video description, so you'll need to go to a different video. Just hang on, maybe I can go fix that. You'll have to go to a different video description and find the Discord server link. I think any of our last few videos will have it. You can go follow the players around, providing you put the word spectator at the start of your nickname, and you stay on mute, and you do not say anything to anyone about
For the duration of the game. After the game, you can say whatever you want about anyone.
Yes.
Should we be concerned about how much everyone's drinking? I think they're just having a good time, frankly. And yes, thank you for... It is a good chance to plug the server.
Yes, which I really should have had the server link.
Custom invite link? Can I just create an invite link? No?
Hang on, I can make one.
Yeah, we should get that info. Like, we should post this because we want people in here to watch the chaos that is happening.
Okay.
This is the definition of a professional stream.
It really
hey, at least
is.
they haven't told you guys to like and subscribe.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way. YouTube, when I posted that, again popped up a thing saying, now would be a good time to insert ads. Okay, hang on.
YouTube.
I can stick this into the video description as well. There we go. Oh, pin it. That is
Pin it.
I did not know you could do that. There we go.
Oh my god. Look
Thank
at
you.
the Generalissimo.
See,
Thank
we have
you.
people who are considerably better at YouTube than us here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, don't forget to hit the
Hit
bell.
the bell.
See, we're not
Yeah, the
proper
bell's the important
YouTubers. We
part.
forgot all the common YouTube things. I can't believe our viewership is still going up with this.
I can. Dude, this game is amazing. This is the sickest 01 I have seen in a finals of a tournament, period.
I agree.
I am so happy. And I'm glad you guys are here to watch. Like, wherever we said we thought this was going to be a cool game, this is not the way I thought the game was going to be cool, but this is great.
Yes. No,
Don't
I was going to say, the players are
Hate
incredible.
five
Our commentary is maybe not.
Hey, I mean, we'll do our best, alright?
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
Hang on, how's the next
So,
phase
other
gone
builds... Has the next phase gone through? Oh, maybe. I don't... 15
yes,
minutes
it
is a
has.
long time. Oh, it has?
So...
Hey, it was a complete degrees. It worked.
Wait. Oh my god. Okay, well, so we have our answer as to whether that was an Italian stab or not, and the answer is yes. It absolutely was. It's also a Turkish stab on the Austrian, or maybe even not, if the Austrian was trying to move to Albania. Did they just go, screw it, I'm going to give this to Turkey? This is a bit early to be declaring things like that, but as Austria,
Well,
you know, it's...
Let Turkey cook. Because, oh my god, that is the best I have ever seen Army Smyrna ever do.
Yes.
You have to ask yourself as Italy, why? Why not just stab Austria here? Or not stab Austria, why not stab Italy here? Nope. Still wrong. Why not stab Turkey? There we go. Now I say it. And just and just tell Austria, hey, here's what Turkey's going for. I'll be in the Eastern Med. We'll take Aegean. He's cooked. No, but it didn't. It worked. It's amazing. Army Smyrna made that happen. That would not have happened if there was Fleet Smyrna, guaranteed. So,
yeah.
sick.
What
a wonderful play.
They could have just gone Bulgaria to Greece, Constantinople to Bulgaria, right? But it wouldn't have looked as cool.
The diplomacy wouldn't have worked.
This is,
The diplomacy wouldn't have worked.
Are you sure?
Italy would. I have no idea, but you gotta give them cred, right?
Alright.
They went for a sick play and it worked, and you gotta give them play.
Yes, the streams do get regular videos. This will be saved as a video afterwards, I think. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
you'll be able to watch this stuff after the fact.
YouTube is now telling me, please let us automate all the ads. No.
YouTube is trying so hard.
God, it's like... This is the most annoying part of live streaming by far. But yeah, so...
Thank you for dealing with this.
So yeah. Anyway, what else is going on? We've just been looking at this one corner of the
because
board.
that's like the most kick-ass part of it, and we were like, oh my god, Smyrna sucks. Army Smyrna sucks. Turkey's the worst ever. How dare Turkey ever want to build an army in Smyrna? That's insane. And then this Turkey just shows us what's up. That's great. Okay. So France is doing nothing except growing smoothly with no problems ever. Just walked into Holland.
Yep.
Whatever. I'll let my one army take Belgium and Holland, and presumably not even piss anyone off while doing it.
This is incredible.
Oh, what a France setup.
Like, we're looking at the other side of the board so much because this isn't very interesting, but it's top-tier play, right? Convincing people to do stuff that lets you do this. Absolutely beautiful on the French part. And you're in the perfect position. You're in mid-Atlantic Ocean, Spain south coast. You can pivot either direction, jump into North Atlantic Ocean, jump into Western Med and North Africa at the same time. You know, all these people are at your mercy right now, and everyone is happy with you. It's incredible. Very well played. In fact, as England, I think I would have asked for Holland myself. I would have said, hey, can I convoy Edinburgh down there? Because that's a much more, like, balanced alliance, I think. But yeah, it's, the direction England has gone is totally fine too, and they're in Kiel!
Yeah. Also, as a heads up, Discord is telling me that we are observing unusual join activity. It has been detected on our Discord server. So, Discord thinks you guys are botting for joining through that link. So thank you guys for being so supportive. This is great.
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you. But yeah, and thank you for the players for providing good enough content that people want to join the server. It's amazing.
Oh my god, and that's why you guys are having to fill out a CAPTCHA. No, you guys are good.
Right, so England gets bounced in Denmark here, so I'm not actually sure this sally into Kiel is the best thing they could have done. It is quite nice to be in Kiel, but securing the entirety of Scandinavia is also very nice, and they can't do that anymore because they didn't get a successful convoy off here. They could have just supported Denmark up. Although, actually, then they would have had to have another person's unit cut Kiel in order for that to work, so it would have been a bit of a guesswork up here if they'd gone the other way. So, yeah, I mean, good play as is. They're in Kiel, and Germany didn't even go back to Munich. They went to Bohemia, which I assume was because they were worried Austria might revenge throw against them in the same way that they were helping Russia. But I feel like that might have been... You know, that would have been a little unusual to see Austria do that after Italy walks into Trieste. Yeah. Do you have anything particular you want to talk about here?
If I'm England in this game, I'm just quaking in my boots. I'm feeling really, really scared about this France. Because I don't think there's any way I can stop them, but it does mean I'm actually not going to convoy Eddie out. You know me, CaptainMeme, as a ridiculously aggressive player. I hate having armies on the British mainland. I built this one. I could not bring myself to convoy Army Eddie out this year. I couldn't do it. I'm gonna move it to Yorkshire and say, no France, no attacking me, please. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the main thing I want to highlight, is just how scared I am for England here.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think having that army just there, just in case, is a very good idea.
I maybe can get Germany to support me from Kiel into Holland, actually.
Ooh, that's fancy. I like that idea.
And then Germany moves from Sweden to Denmark. I don't mess with it, and then Norway to Sweden.
That's actually a really nice way of like untangling everything.
Yeah.
It ends up in exactly the position you would want as a Germany-England alliance, except for Russia being in Prussia and Baltic. That's less good.
Yeah.
And
But I
actually
mean,
Russia being in Berlin because Germany can't stop that anymore, right? They can
yeah,
go
there's an
Livonia
annoying move
to
here.
Berlin.
Because Silesia is in Bohemia instead of in Munich or anywhere like useful, Silesia can't support hold Berlin actually.
Yes. So Germany's only chance at stopping this attack on Berlin is Sweden to Baltic, hoping to cut support. But if Russia sees that, they can do Livonia gets convoyed through Baltic into Berlin, supported by Prussia, and then they still end up with an army in Berlin, and it's uncuttable because you have to dislodge a fleet to cut a convoy. You can't just tap it. So yeah,
Yeah, so strategically, tactically, you convoy Livonia to Berlin, support it with Prussia,
yes.
and yikes.
Ah,
All right, okay, so maybe as England here, maybe I go to Germany and say, hey, I'll support hold you in Berlin. Um,
oh, with Kiel.
will with Kiel. Um, I realize I might have goofed. Would you please use Helgoland Bight to support Edinburgh to Holland? I'll convoy that, please.
Oh my god! What if Germany comes back to you with that and says, "Hey, I do want to work together, but you need to support Heligoland into Holland, not I'm me supporting your convoy because I need the dots, right?"
You know what? As England, I would love that. I would say yes, please, 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 please do that.
Because then you end up
Yes.
with the England Germany alliance against the France, right? And the France is the big problem right now.
Well, yeah, but also Russia, but we don't have to worry about Russia right now.
Yeah, Russia will be a worry for the future. France is a worry for right now.
Because Livonia had to be used for the convoy into Berlin, Norway to St. Pete could work.
Oh, it absolutely could actually. That'd be an interesting one. Especially since Russia has shown England some trust so far. I think they may well continue to do so.
Yeah, but then as England, if I'm at war with France, which I know it doesn't feel like I'm explicitly at war with France yet, but I mean, come on, we've all been here before. I feel like, okay, what if France throws us for a loop and just goes all in on Italy?
Well, that would be an interesting one actually. I mean, as
It
England, you'd
worked
be
for
hoping for
France.
that.
Yeah, England would love it. As France, you can do it and it'll still work because we've built a lot of fleets. But also, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I think France is coming north. They don't need to bother Italy, right? Italy is going to keep Turkey contained. They can be very happy with that and just go and do their own thing up here. Take out their main competition, or their main adjacent competition.
Jeremy, yeah, Bohemia right now looks like it has to protect Munich. The question is, why would you move to Bohemia instead of just moving to Munich?
I do think it was to
This
prevent
spring.
some kind of Galicia to Bohemia or Vienna to Bohemia that they thought was going to happen. And that's especially the main situation where that could happen is if this Italian stab wasn't actually a stab and they're about to jump at Munich together, right? In which case, this is an absolutely genius move. Because not only does it prevent Vienna to Bohemia, it can also bounce Galicia to Silesia at the same time. Whereas if you go Silesia into Munich, you end up with 3 enemy armies on your border.
Yeah, and then, okay, fun. If you actually want to save Munich, though, Bohemia is probably more useful than actually being in Munich. Because your unit in Bohemia can support Berlin into Munich, whereas if Berlin gets cut, which we assume it will because of the fleet in the Baltic Sea, Berlin could not support hold Munich. So you do a better job tactically of holding Munich by moving in Bohemia. It's just suspect a little bit because
Yeah.
it gives up Berlin, as discussed. Unless England and Germany make friends right now, which is technically possible.
I am really super interested to see if England will react to the French threat and pivot with Germany's help, because of course, I'm trying to think of a saying that I know, but I don't know what the saying is. It's like, it's always easier to just keep the course, right? And do the same thing than it is to change up what you're doing. And in order to align yourself with Germany here, you have to go and negotiate and say, hey, I'm going to try and do this. And you also have to risk Germany going up to France and saying, hey, England is trying to convince me of this, help me. So I think there's some degree of, even if this is a good move, it's a really hard thing to pull off just in terms of the negotiation that you have to do to make it happen, and the courage that you have to go into that conversation with the intent to change things up when you're already doing pretty well in the current situation. So we'll see whether anything comes of that.
I hear that fall is in, so
okay.
Let's go look at it.
Yeah. Fall 1901. Alright, yeah, things will not change.
That's what Bohemia was for. Got it.
Oh my god, he's helping Italy in the position where you are completely getting demolished. You go off and help Italy. I respect it. I like that.
Got it. Need an ally. Let's see. Remember when I said that if Germany held Sweden, Germany wasn't losing Sweden? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's analysis that I gave.
God, this turn is so horrible for Germany. It's like Germany did manage to get French support, which is like actually quite good. But then they got walked into by pressure, and they didn't cover Munich, so this unit just retreats. They're on 1?
Yeah, they're in Kiel by 02.
Ouch.
All right. Austria as well is not looking particularly happy, losing Greece, Vienna, and Serbia this year. Turkey,
God.
after the abysmal army Smyrna, that was so terrible. I can't believe they did that. Went +2, as everyone expected. Right. Remember when we were talking like, oh my god, how does Turkey get their build? Oh no. Anyways, that's great.
Yeah, and Russia goes +2 at the same time.
Russia's +2. This juggernaut's great. Oh my lord. Wow. And France walks into Irish Sea and Mid-Atlantic Ocean, kept Holland. Did clearly piss off England here, but oh no, I pissed off England. England is building still.
Yes.
Because of the retreat into Munich. Yep. So there will be a fleet in Liverpool, presumably, to help defend here. And Army Eddie did not get convoyed out.
Yeah. Why in the world would Germany help Italy instead of covering Munich? Well, in the game of diplomacy, you have to choose your objectives at some point. The objective of the game is to come in first. If Germany decides that is not possible anymore, they may decide to go play for other objectives. For example, helping someone they like. Which also
there are times where moves that look really dumb after the fact had some sense at the meantime. So, for example, if you were Germany and you thought you'd made a deal with England to like move out of Kiel, or you weren't necessarily expecting to end up in Kiel, you were expecting Holland to hold Kiel or something, you might think that Bohemia doesn't need to cover Munich, and therefore you can make a friend in Italy by getting Italy to move other stuff. Like, there are times where not covering a center is necessary to make progress, and if you're in Germany's position here, you can clearly see you're going to die, you need an ally, this might get you one. And so it looks really dumb here, because he could have covered Munich and not lost it, and then Germany would be feeling twice as alive as they are now. But obviously here it didn't work out, but sometimes it might, and if it had worked, we'd be able to say, oh my god, look at this, Germany like saving an ally and getting strong and stuff. But
yeah, it
obviously
is.
Instead,
there is also the possibility that Italy then tries to keep them alive, right? Gets them into Vienna or something in a future turn and just keeps their unit intact, or
helps contest Munich. Yeah, right. Helps them back into Munich next year. That can totally happen.
Except I don't think there's much possibility of that, just because of how strong this Turkey is. Like, Italy has to focus here. They don't have a choice.
Maybe they're allies,
Well, I
right?
could
What if
see
Turkey
them...
builds 2 armies?
If Turkey... I mean, it's possible. We already ragged on the army Smyrna for so long, and then it worked incredibly. I'm not going to say that double army is terrible, but I mean, double army is not good. It's not good.
I would build 2 fleets, obviously, because fleets are good. I could see army Ankara, fleet Smyrna, but I would build 2 fleets.
Yes.
Yeah.
You might want to not build fleet Ankara because that's probably against what you've agreed with Russia, and Russia just got 2 builds, so they're not
True.
someone to annoy right now.
Yeah, but I can also say, hey, I have to build 2 units. I do want more fleets. I'll shuffle like Smyrna to Eastern Med, Khan to Smyrna, Ank to Khan. We already did the shuffle. Like, hey, I can do it again. We'll be fine.
And actually, you could just, if you do build fleet Ankara, in fact, maybe fleet Ankara, army Smyrna. You move army Smyrna up to Armenia. You go for Black Sea with Ankara. And then Rum is forced to bounce you, right? So you then just attack Romania with 2 from Serbia and Bulgaria and knock Russia out. And you say, hey, Austria, I'm your best friend now, despite taking 2 of your centers, which is fully possible. Austria may have gone, hey, go on, take those centers, because I hate what Italy did to me on the first turn. I think that's fully possible.
Yeah, Thumper, good analysis. That is a fleet in Romania, unfortunately, to the bane of all Russias ever, and that cannot, in fact, support Galicia to Budapest.
Yes.
As much as you might wish that it could. The beginning of the end for France, calling it now. I mean, when it's a juggernaut this strong, it's usually really good news for France, because you can usually expect there to be pressure on Britain in the north now, right? Like, I would expect to see Fleet St. Pete North Coast or Army St. Pete, and Norway's going to be under threat, and I can expect, like, Army Warsaw to start pushing through Germany. So I don't think there's going to be much pressure on France at all. And, of course, Italy's stuck in this war, probably against the big Turkey in the south. If the juggernaut stabs each other, and that leaves Italy free to focus on the west, then it might be bad news for France. But we have to see if that happens before calling this is the end of France. But if France starts collapsing right now, then this could be the beginning of the end of France. I think it's a little premature, though.
So you're saying if France falls apart, France might not win?
That might be, yeah. I was saying that I don't think this is the beginning of the end of France. I think that might come later.
Fair enough. I am kind of interested because England is a lot stronger than you would usually want them to be when you try and pull off this convoy. You're still going to get into a position where you can probably convoy? No, you're not, because England has a build. So the convoy is not guaranteed to be successful here. In fact, England can defend against it very easily by self-bouncing Wales, although that's a lot of units doing nothing, right? And because Germany has basically been cleared off the map, Germany has no presence anymore, France doesn't have a friend in this unless they get Russia on site. And as Russia, I would be going, France is my biggest competition in this game. I'm going to do everything I can to prop England up.
What about Turkey?
Okay, no,
you don't have
Turkey,
no respect for the Turkey.
No. Turkey is completely biggest competition, but Turkey is competition I can do something about by throwing units at them, right? If France gets massive, I can't directly contain that as Russia. It's more efficient to let England contain that right now and send my units off to do something else. It helps in
you're saying that what you can solve the France problem by letting other people deal with the France problem. Turkey's a problem I can deal with.
Yes,
so therefore
exactly.
I don't deal with the France problem and I let England do it rather than growing myself.
Yes. As Russia, I would definitely not attack the English player right now. I don't know if that's...
You know what I say to that?
You say that's balance of power play, and that
C.
doesn't
I'm taking Norway, and you can't stop me, England. Now, I wouldn't build a fleet north coast. I would build an army, and I would take it and say, look, I'm taking Norway because I don't want you to take St. Pete. You can go have fun fighting France, hold down the fort. I'm not going to go tap North Sea for him.
Mm-hmm.
If I get into Denmark, which I probably will, I might even support hold you in the North Sea. Good luck. Stay alive. while staking their dots.
Oh my god. No, yeah, I would absolutely not. I would try and prop England up as much as I can. I would probably go and fight Turkey with Italian help here, because I think that's like I know it's
God, Turkey's building too. How are you gonna kill them?
okay, let's say you manage to convince Turkey to build Army Ankara Fleet Smyrna, right?
Okay,
Then you get free
sure.
access to Black Sea. You can move Galicia to Romania, Romania to Black Sea, Sevastopol to Armenia on that turn. True, that one's probably
Okay,
going
because
to
I
bounce.
built an
the
army in
Armenia.
Sevastopol while doing this,
Yes.
right?
Um,
Okay, so Turkey saw me build army Sevastopol, right?
Yeah. So
Do you think
they
they're
will.
not gonna
They
move
will just
Ankara to
attack
Armenia?
Romania. This is true. No, they'll definitely move Ankara to Armenia. If you built
Yeah.
Army Sevastopol, that even if that's like an agreed build, they'll still say, "Hey, I want to self-bounce there," because there's nothing better for Ankara to do, right? God, how do you make progress? This is so hard.
Again, as Russia against Turkey?
Yeah, I don't.
You're the one who wants to fight Turkey, man.
I do
I
want-
want to just grow.
I want to fight Turkey to keep them contained. This is. Look, Russia Italy is a very powerful
textbook.
alliance. It must be able to do something. You.
It's textbook CaptainMeme versus Ezio discourse. The classic.
Okay, so let's say you align with Italy here. Italy supports you into Budapest. Let's do this a different way. Let's not bother
Yeah.
protecting Romania. We'll go
Great.
with Moscow down to Ukraine. We'll go with Sevastopol and bounce Armenia. We'll go with Romania into Black Sea. Same as before.
Okay.
Italy
Sure.
takes Trieste at the same time. Suddenly you have lots of pressure on Serbia.
Right.
You are going to lose Romania, but you gain Budapest to make up for it. You get England to help you into Kiel or something, I don't know, to get the extra build here. Then you just try and squeeze Turkey out. God, it is
Okay,
so
so I
inefficient
agree with
now
like
that I
all
look
of
at
that,
this.
except messing with Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Get Italy to support me into Budapest. I love it. Work with England to take Kiel. I love it. That's all fine. But okay, builds are in. Builds are in. Let's see builds.
All right. Let's go to builds.
Not. Oh, thank God. All right.
Army Ankara Fleet Smyrna. It is the possible Russian attack, but no Army Sevastopol. That's very sad.
Or Army Moscow. Yeah.
I mean, you're probably
I love this.
right. You go.
I love this build.
I'm just.
You just say, I'm going to take 3 German centers. If I actually want to mess with France this game, right, because France is my rival here, this is one of the few games as Russia I actually can. You're going to crush through Germany so quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But then France ends up so big, and you're the only person fighting them, unless you manage to cripple
No.
Turkey.
Because
to
again,
the
I
point
just
that
take Norway and
Italy is
Denmark. I leave England on the mainland to go and slow them down. I take Kiel and Munich. And now I'm fighting them, and England is fighting them, and England has the North Sea.
Is England going to be happily fighting them if you just knock them out of all of their Scandinavian centres here, where they're going, please don't do this, because otherwise I
If
can
they
fight
don't, they
France for
die, so probably.
I don't know about that. I do think your line is better of not attacking Turkey right now. Like, my instinct is, I want to squash this threat, but you can't make any gains against it. It's so horrible.
It's because Turkey is very strong when Turkey is out of the box, and Turkey's on 6 in 02.
Yes. I want to take the Black Sea this year, regardless of whether I'm going to keep working.
I think that's reasonable. I think sitting in the Black Sea is probably fine.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't still, because I want to sit in Romania, and I want to move like Warsaw and Galicia to the west, and then just abandon everything in the south of Turkey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's maybe too much.
I see the comment, I feel like England wants to soar Russia with Turkey. I feel like England absolutely would want to do that, or want to split Russia with Turkey, if they didn't have this France on their back, right? It's just too much of a threat not to be able to commit enough units this way. You just can't get away with going for Russia right now. As England.
Oh yeah, we all saw, right, with France making these attacks against England. Even if England defends against France with everything they have, England loses this war. eventually. So you don't have time to try to take anything from Russia at this moment, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
All right, I think I would sit Galicia back in Ukraine. That's the thing I would do.
But I thought you wanted to take Budapest with it.
Yeah, but I refuse.
You're not going to take Budapest? I think killing Austria
No, it's
is really
not.
important.
I can resist.
Because Austria
I'll
is
support
lucky to
Italy in
take.
there at most. Yeah, at most I'll support Italy in.
Do you
But
want a super
I
powerful
can't.
Italy? I guess you kind of do.
Yeah, Italy's not going to attack me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, fun little thing you could do here, right? If you're trying to convince... No. I'm just trying to think.
Oh wait,
you could,
Austria
like...
was my person. Dang it.
Yeah, Austria was your wildcard pick, right?
Who's yours, Captain Me?
Mine is Italy.
Just Italy. Well,
go
yours is
Italy.
looking a little better than mine.
Yeah, we've been asked to do power rankings. I think that's a good thing to do because we.
All right, power
we
ranks.
have a lot of time.
Turkey, France,
Turkey above
Russia.
France?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. This whole conversation has kind of justified that, right? Even me, who really wants to counterbalance Turkey, I can find a way to very easily counterbalance France. I can't attack Turkey, despite being right next to them. I can't find a good way to attack Turkey. That is absolutely a reason why Turkey should be top of the board right now.
And it's Turkey on 6 in 02.
Yes, that is true.
That's unbelievable.
Never let us criticize Army Smyrna build ever again.
Watch me.
Okay.
Army Smyrna requires the best negotiation ever to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, so I assume Russia and Italy take the next 2 slots. What order do they take the next 2 slots in? Probably Russia?
I think Russia is going to build more than Italy, but I think Italy is better able to fight against Turkey than Russia is.
Yeah, I do agree. It's tough. I think, yeah, I would put Russia above, just because they're clearly going for your tactic, and that's going to gain them dots immediately.
Yeah, it's going to gain them dots immediately, unless Turkey is also playing like me and just says, hey, I can kill Russia right now.
Yes. And it's worth noting that that's not how Turkey played their qualifier game. Turkey played their qualifier game in a rock-solid alliance for basically the entire game. Until they, I think they got fed dots by their ally at the very end to put them above the the player who's playing Italy right now.
Oh.
So.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
But I think the player who's playing Italy right now also got fed dots at the back, so by their allies. It was that game where we just saw Turkey get eliminated immediately, like with no mercy, and then Austria, Italy, Russia went up against Western Triple, and they just stood at the line for like 6 years, and then started feeding dots to people to try and get them to the board top.
Wasn't that the one that England stabbed Germany? Oh, were they throwing dots intentionally?
Oh, no,
I thought that
sorry.
was England stabbing.
You're absolutely right. I think that was an English stab on Germany in that game. So the Italian
I
player
haven't
did
heard from
stab
players,
their
I don't
ally.
know.
I don't
Sure.
actually know. I think that's the case. But what
Seems
the
likely.
point of this thing is Turkey is a player who stuck steadfast to their alliance in the previous round.
Yeah,
so,
I think they're going to stab Russia here, though. Maybe not this turn. Give it a turn and a half or something, but...
Surely they need to
I
have the
think-
ability to get something on the Black Sea, right? To do that?
Maybe.
Does this game have an end year? Yes, it does. 1910. End of 1910,
Oh,
the
this
game will end.
game... I forgot about that. That's great.
Yes. Did I tell the players that? I think I told the players that. I'm gonna tell the players that real quick.
Yeah, we should just double check that. Because the qualifier certainly had an end date.
Yeah.
For the finals, I thought it didn't. I thought this finals was, you guys get to play until y'all are done. But I think having an end date is just good for everyone's lives here, so we can like go to sleep. I know that it's late. Over there in Sweden, I have a flight to catch tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Actually, flying to Stockholm, so that'll be fun.
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Well, thank you for doing this live stream on the day before you do that.
Yeah,
we're still doing power rankings. We've gotten a little bit off topic of the power rankings. Sorry, my keys are very crunchy. I need to take these somewhere away from the microphone next time I do that. But I'm not planning to hit the buttons anymore. So power rankings, we've got Turkey first, France second, Russia third, Italy fourth. That's what I've got on here. And then England, Austria, Germany. Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. Let me go ahead. Oh, they have processed. So they've got the next turn. So we can go to the next turn.
I was worried this was going to be too slow, but man, I don't have enough time.
Yeah. Well, it's fine. If we ever run out of time, I can actually appease YouTube and hit the add button.
Yeah, we're not going to run out. Oh, all right, Flair. That's sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm visiting family out there. So we'll see you guys. All right, but actual board. Sorry. So,
yeah.
Irish to English channel. This is France demilitarizing. I like it. This is France saying, all right, England, you got me. I tried. I made my move, but you were right. You got me. I'm backing up. I'll stay in English channel. We'll be safe here. We're fine. Everything's good. I'm definitely not going to convoy into Wales, but you should cover it anyways, but we're good. Meanwhile, so that's great. That's good news for France and England, actually. England can maybe be alive. England has still lost Norway in the fall. So Russia still gained both of those.
Do they lose Norway? Oh, yeah, because Denmark taps
North Sea.
Yeah. Okay. So, but everyone has turned on Russia, right? Germany is supporting England against Russia. England gets into Berlin, knocks Russia out. Austria gets supported into Galicia against Russia by the Italian. Italy and Turkey are working together now, pushing Albania into Trieste. Yes.
Yeah, so Romania looks like it's going to fall.
But then Turkey doesn't make the Armenian move, so it's not or take Romania. So they're supporting Italy, but they're not attacking Russia.
They're not hard attacking Russia. Maybe the agreement is they're going to get Budapest in the fall. I think that's the agreement.
Yes, Doug. So this tournament happened on the DiploStrats Discord server. It is currently ongoing. We didn't widely advertise it among the wider community, just because we wanted it to be like more of a DiploStrats thing. And I think
we had a ton of very new players to Diplomacy who joined the Discord server.
Yes.
And he wanted to run a tournament that had a bunch of them, where it was free to like play, and you weren't going to kick out anyone if they were experienced. But we didn't want a bunch of ringers to come in here and like beat up a bunch of noobs.
Yeah, basically, we didn't. I think it ended up working out really well in that most of the players in the tournament were pretty new to the game, or had come in through DiploStrats. So we didn't have like the situation of the players you see at the World Championship coming in, and then no one on the board really having a chance. Not to say we wouldn't want to see them in the tournament, it would be awesome to have them in future, but just the number of players who were completely new to the game who have come into the DiploStrats server recently has been absolutely incredible, and I think it's kind of intimidating for someone like that to join a tournament that's full of world champions. So, yes, there is a DiploStrats Discord server. It is pinned, and it should also be in the description now. So, yeah. Right, so, do we have a lot more to discuss on this turn, of course.
Yeah, we haven't finished talking about anything. But I also think the point is we should maybe advertise the DiploStrats channel on other YouTube Discord stuffs. No, you've watched a chunk of our videos. See, we should spend more time advertising. YouTube's right, telling people to like and subscribe and join our Discord.
To be fair, we only set up the Discord like a month, 2 months ago?
Yeah, I think 2 months now.
So,
time flies.
Yes, it's been fantastic, the response that we've had to it, but it has only
Okay,
been in the
moves.
most recent.
France, peace with England. Russia's growing, except everyone is messing with Russia. Except Turkey isn't really messing with Russia.
Turkey is slow playing, right? Turkey is like, I
Because you're
am the
on
most
6 to
powerful
Turkey.
player on the board. I am just going to stay the most powerful player on the board and not annoy anyone. And then when my neighbors get attacked by someone else, then maybe my neighbors go, oh, screw this, I'm going to let Turkey, well, or they don't even need to do that. They go, oh, I'm going to defend against the person who's attacking me, and then suddenly they have no units on the side of that Turkey can then go in and walk into.
Yep, you want Italy to feel safe and let Italy be ready to push west against France if Italy needs to. That gives you an opportunity. Austria, you're going to delete, and that'll work out. And you can attack somebody, but you don't necessarily have to. As long as nobody is moving units towards you, you're fine. And getting Albania out, that's moving a unit away from you. This is great.
So really good play on the Turkish part here. Although, are they just going to crush Rum on the next turn? This is the question. I think you would, right? I probably would too. Moving Ankara to Armenia here, you kick Romania out and build a fleet. Although, then Romania gets into Black Sea, so the question is, do you want that?
Yeah, honestly, if I have an agreement to get supported into Budapest, I'm not going to stab Russia this turn. Nope, not even me.
I have no idea what a speakeasy is. This is
It's
my
a bar
Britishness
that you don't
shown.
tell people about.
Oh, I see.
Like it doesn't advertise itself, so you can like knock on a
yes.
door and then you get let in. So yeah, it's all sneaky like.
We are the undercover, the undercover
Diplomacy
Discord.
Discord.
Okay,
Yeah, seriously.
so
You have to know somebody to get in. That's the point.
So, I think I actually need to refresh the page because we probably have retreat orders in as well, which I'm not seeing. Yeah, so there's the retreat into Prussia, the retreat into Ukraine from Russia here, and I mean they still have a pretty nice line, like a fine line against everything. It's just, and they're going to take a bunch of centers, so Russia's still very much in this, right? Wait, as England, do you like support Germany into Denmark or something here? Or ask
Yeah, then I
Germany to
lose
support?
Berlin, so I don't do that. I tell Germany, "Hey, support, hold me in Berlin, please."
Yeah. But then, what if they just go into Munich? What if France just goes into Munich? France probably is just going to go into Munich with agreement, aren't they? Because that's helping defend.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hmm.
I do like what Turkey is doing with powering up Italy as well, because I think this could be what's needed to make France much weaker. Right? If they can convince Italy to go west, Turkey probably wins this game.
Yep.
So, as Italy, I don't even know what I'd be doing here. I'd probably just take the build and sit for a moment and think, do I just stay here to counterbalance both of them?
Sorry, as which country would you get a build and not do anything?
As Italy.
As Italy, yes. Also as Turkey.
Wait, as
Also
Italy,
as France, I believe.
As Italy, do you get two builds and not do anything? Because you can just walk into Budapest with support here, potentially too, and walk back into Trieste behind with Venice. I mean, that would...
If Turkey is willing to support me into Budapest, yeah, you bet, I'll move there.
Yeah. What if Turkey is just attacking Romania?
Well, they're not support holding Budapest, so...
Yeah.
I don't think Turkey's attacking Romania here, though, because I think there's a very real chance that Ukraine just supports holds Romania. Like...
Yeah. I think that there is a good chance that Turkey just tries to keep the situation as is over here right now.
I think it's progressing well for Turkey to just sort of be like this. Status quo is good and all. Armies are moving away. Yeah.
Okay. So what else to look at here? I mean, I think we haven't talked enough about what the French player did, which is
Yes.
not even bother going for the convoy. We thought that they were going to full-scale attack England, right? And they didn't. They backed out, which looks weird and looks like they committed to something that they're now reversing course on, and therefore it's inefficient. But at the same time, might get England on side, and if it does get England on side, it is an absolute genius move. If you can...
I think it's an important move. Like, it's worth making a move to try to get a huge result. If England didn't build, this attack would have been crippling. England did get to build, so it's like, okay, I had a shot, and that shot failed, and I'm strong enough that England can't reasonably kill me, so I can just sit here and defend. It looks like England's losing 2 centers this year. We'll see what they disband, and I'm gonna be okay. And it was a shot, and the shot didn't land, but again, what's France losing? Nothing. So
Nothing at all.
everything's fine.
And I think France is keeping a very wary eye on these Italian fleets down here. The Tyrrhenian, Ionian, they can so easily pivot against France's southern centres. And if France commits fleets north heavily, then they're open to that attack, right? And this way they are not.
It's a fun situation where if Italy pushed west, I think we would see Turkish fleets slide up behind them. And if France pushed north, Italy would feel tempted to push west, which might be really good for Turkey. And Italy would feel especially tempted if France was stuck in a long war where France wasn't building, because then they couldn't be stopped, so.
Yes. I have been told there are new orders in. Shall we move ahead to the fall?
I'm not seeing them. I think we got 5 more minutes.
Oh. Wait, I might be mistaken. Oh no, you're absolutely right, they're not in. Okay. Right, we are staying on the spring and talking more. What do you want to talk about, Ezio? Or do you want me to click the add button?
So what I'm trying to think about here is, as France, what are you doing about Munich?
I mean, you surely can't get away with saying, hey, we need someone to cover Munich, I can be that person, right? That's just so transparently rubbish.
I think you can.
I mean, you certainly try
someone.
for it, and then England
You need someone
goes,
to cover Munich. You don't want it to be Russia.
Do you want someone to cover Munich? As England, I'd be tempted to say no, so don't cover Munich. Russia's never going there. Let's just...
You got it, England. Absolutely. Definitely not covering Munich. You're right.
They will absolutely cover Munich. Yes, qualifying games will... Some of the qualifying games will get commentary at another time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so... God.
If Germany tells you they're going to Munich...
If Germany tells me as France or tells me as England?
That's France.
You support them in and go to Kiel?
Sure.
There's a lot of options there. I mean, Russia will take Berlin.
Just move to Ruhr.
Yeah.
We'll pick them next year.
I mean, that happens even if Germany doesn't say they're going to Munich, right? You can still go to Ruhr, and that's
I think just move to Ruhr no matter what. Just ignore Munich this one turn. Move to Ruhr, move to Burgundy, and say, all right.
Yes.
How you like in Munich, England? Eyes.
Yeah, I mean, that French position with Army Ruhr, Army Burgundy, Army Holland is so good.
And Germany's sitting in Kiel and has nothing else?
Yes. Oh my god. Yes. And of course, the Russia who is providing the pressure on the other side. So Russia is going to be your main opponent for taking Germany, of course. And they're now undergoing a lot of problems at home, right? With this Austrian army getting pushed against them. So, yeah. This is...
I would say, hey, Russia, you get Berlin, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. I get Kiel and Munich. You got 4 centers, I only got 2. That's fair.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Well, so, Doug, see, we attacked England, but now we're not attacking England, and England's only going to be on 3 centers after this year. Probably. Maybe 4, but Army Berlin's not super impactful here. So I don't feel like England's a real person to be annoyed about. And Germany's on 1 center, so also not someone to be worried about. And Russia's on the other side of the stalemate line, so who really cares what they think?
Can we point out that this is 03? This is 03 and Germany is on 1 center and England is about to be on 3 or 4. That's insane. That is actually insane. I do not know what to say any further than that, but yes, it is. This game is quite something.
Right, France had 1 army walk into Belgium and take it uncontested, and then walked into Holland and took it uncontested.
Mm-hmm.
That's how easy this game has been for France.
Yes, and we say it's been easy. It's probably not been easy on the negotiation front. There's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes to make this happen, I'd assume. But, God, it's certainly been going very well for them. Yes. CND, I agree. I'm also not looking at the press for the Chaos game. Honestly, they should pause the Chaos game while the stream is ongoing, so I don't have to pay attention to it at any time soon.
Yeah, they should just pause the Chaos game anytime I'm not reading chat.
Exactly. For reference on that, we are currently playing in an 81-player diplomacy game, which I think is the diplomacy game with the most players ever. I do not have evidence for that, so that may be incorrect. But Flair, who is in the chat, is running it on the European theatre of the Imperial Diplomacy Board. Both myself and Ezio are in it, and we're going to do a commentary after the game. It's insane and amazing. Oh, and it's public press, so you can only talk where all 80 other players are also talking.
And we can't say any more about it because we can't give any unfair advantages.
Yes.
But we're both having a blast, and we are really excited to do a full commentary on it.
Yes.
Where we go in detail. We'll see what that video looks like.
That might end up being our longest video if we cover everything that happened in that game.
I mean, as long as we have to separate it into chunks, I expect.
Mm-hmm. This is why you advertise this video. Oh yeah, we should, and then no one will talk. That's an amazing idea. But no,
Alright, I'll ping it.
No, we can't post that in the Chaos server. Flair has to post that in the Chaos server for us. Otherwise it is...
Flair, would you please, oh, it's against the rules to advertise other Discord channels in the game? Fine.
But yeah, so, anyway, we've strayed far away from the topic of this game.
Adjudication live.
Oh, we have the adjudication. Okay, let's go through and see. Return to fall 1903. That is a lot of holds in the south. Oh, and a support of Turkey into Budapest. Oh no.
And Smyrna's nice and open, ready to build as usual.
Ready to build a fleet.
Or not.
Okay.
I think Turkey's gonna wave a build.
Then why did they move to Syria?
To make it clear they could have built a fleet.
Mm-hmm.
And then didn't. And then Bulgaria's support held Romania. Ooh.
It absolutely did, and it killed the Austrian in doing so. So let's salute our good friend One Bar of Soap there, who was Ezio's wildcard. Sadly drew Austria. These were all random country assignments, by the way. It was very odd that the 2 wildcard picks ended up on Austria and Italy. But yeah,
Yeah.
Austria is always that kind of nation where you either do very well or you do very badly, and this was a very badly game, sadly.
Notice that Trieste didn't support Serbia to Budapest.
That is super interesting, right? Because if Austria had thrown a support hold on themselves, this would have failed. I wonder if Italy went to Austria and said, hey, support hold yourself. Or something like that, so that I don't actually have to power up this person who's clearly already winning. And Austria got offered by Turkey, hey, I'll support you into Romania, or something like that. And then, yeah, they died to a Turkish stab bomb. That's painful. But yeah, but our German friend over there survives.
Venice support Trieste. Yep, that's a fun hold. That's a move that you do when you're very confident.
Yes.
No one's gonna attack me. Why would they?
Venice should be supporting Old Trieste. This doesn't make any sense. Also,
Unless you
I
want
don't-
people to think you're overly cocky and that you're gonna be an easy stab target later.
Maybe. That is that would be an interesting mind game there. What this reads to me as is someone who didn't enter their orders until the last second.
Yes, which is why Trieste didn't support and why Venice didn't hold.
Yes. I don't understand why Tyrrhenium went to Tunis anyway, either. Because, like, what is this doing? It's moving into a worse place to be. Was
Yeah.
this maybe France's demand saying, hey, I don't want you adjacent to Gulf of Leon, I'll move out of Marseille if you move out of Tyrrhenian? And then you go, well, I don't care about Marseille, really. And then you stay there.
Yeah, maybe.
But yes, this is probably some kind of agreement, because it's strictly
One of the
suboptimal.
things that Holland got into Kiel, right?
It did. And
I really
Burgundy
hate
got them to
how
Munich.
Backstabber is showing that Denmark support as being cut.
It is cut, though, because Kiel...
Oh, because North Sea supported the attack.
Yes.
See, I can't read Backstabber.
Okay,
Great.
so
Understood.
little in-depth thing of diplomacy rules here. This is the rare situation where a unit can cut... in fact, the only situation where a unit can cut support against itself. Usually, support against a unit always goes through if it's being, like... Kiel can't cut Denmark's support Holland to Kiel, because the support is against Kiel itself. So... if you're thinking of in diplomacy in terms of like what you would intuitively think, if an army is cutting support, it's basically distracting the attacking army, right? It's distracting the supporting army, so they have to do something else. If they're already supporting a move against Kiel, then they can't be distracted by Kiel because that's already their focus. But it can be cut in one situation, which is when the unit gets dislodged. So if Kiel gets through, kills Denmark, or well, dislodges Denmark successfully, this support is cut, which would mean if something else had gone to Kiel here, if Berlin had moved, for example, then this would have bounced. This support would not have been counted. So yeah, that's but Berlin did not do that, so it didn't end up mattering. Berlin supported Burgundy to Munich. Wow. What's your read on this situation, Ezio?
I love how France has walked into all of these centers, and they have either been empty, or, in the case of Kiel, literally walked out of the way.
Yes.
It's amazing.
It is incredible, and it is leading to I mean, this French move into North Atlantic Ocean must have been a stab as well, right? Is it a stab? Like, I think it's a stab. It's setting up for another convoy to England. A turn after you go, oh, England, I'm definitely not going to convoy into you anymore. I'm just being your friend, and you can support me into Munich, and I'll get into Kiel, and you can move North Atlantic Ocean to Norwegian to help protect yourself against the Russian. And then immediately they turn around and like, brutally stab England again. Ouch. And God, this this move, Liverpool to Wales, actually puts them in a bit of a more vulnerable position. It's not the worst thing in the world, because you can still cover Clyde and Liverpool, right? You move Wales to Liverpool, you move Norwegian Sea to Clyde, and this convoy can't go through either way. But here, I think you would have preferred to self-bounce
English
Wales.
Channel can convoy.
That is true, actually. So this Gascony unit could go into Wales, in which case that would be moving back into Liverpool, and Clyde would then open up your defences at another point. So it's kind of an interesting position. I think I would have preferred Mid-Atlantic Ocean to go to Irish Sea here, so they could have done a supported convoy, as opposed to trying to get like an unexpected convoy off in the north. But this is fine too. It does probably work eventually. And France gets 2 builds, so they're going to be able to like push in with enough units. God. I'm seeing a lot of builds in. I think we're not done talking about this turn yet.
Yeah.
So
I haven't done the full analysis of how big Russia got.
they really did, right? They gained, despite having these Austrian units pushed against them, they didn't lose anything. They regained Berlin. They gained... Oh, they didn't gain Denmark. They got pushed out of Denmark. But they did gain Norway. Wait, so did they only go +1? After all that.
They went they went +1.
Yes. Well, +1 is still plus, so it is a good thing to be. And a crucial part of that is Turkey actually helped them in the south to secure their line. Which means that Turkey doesn't have to deal with the Black Sea Fleet right now. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, a 7-center Turkey or an 8-center Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's a little scarier? I don't know.
God. I'm just seeing people say builds are interest me because someone faked us out on orders being in before. The Generalissimo were watching you.
Yeah. I do think builds are in, but I'm still reading.
I am also still reading. I think it's super difficult to get a convoy off as France in this situation. I think it's actually better just to push Brest into, to push Mid-Atlantic Ocean into Irish Sea, bring out another fleet, and then you have that 3-fleet line against England, and you're pretty solid. But it's like one of the few situations where the convoy isn't the best way of attacking.
Yeah, this is the we are going to real war, England versus France, except England doesn't realize it, and so lets France build fleet Brest and all right.
Yeah.
Ooh, convoy to Norway. Ooh, that's a fun line.
Wait, what?
So
As
look
in a
at
French
that, right?
convoy to Norway?
I would assume a French convoy to Norway. Where's Gascony going?
Oh my god. No, that's not going to happen. There's no way that happens. I don't think this Mid-Atlantic Ocean to North Atlantic Ocean was agreed at all.
I don't think it was agreed, but that doesn't mean it can't become part of the plan.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting idea. France could build Army Brest and get 2 convoys. So it is an interesting idea, but the problem with it is that if you block one of the convoys as England, your unit bounces back and probably blocks the other one. So let's say Gascony goes to Liverpool here, and your Wales unit is covering Liverpool, and France has ordered Brest into Wales. Then that one unit defends against both of these convoys because it bounces back and also cancels out the Brest move. So multiple convoys are good when you're unopposed with them, but you really need to be supporting your convoys in to make sure that they're going through. That's better than trying to do everything at once, right?
Yeah. But notably, with the retreat to Barents Sea, it's a supported attack into Norway. Could be double supported.
Yeah. Is this true? So England can have a lot of strength on Norway here. I don't think England will be particularly inclined to help France after France moves into North Atlantic Ocean. That is just my read on the situation. And England clearly didn't trust France here because they moved Liverpool to cover against the potential Belgium to Wales convoy as well. So they don't have that great relations. It's not England throwing to France going to here, because if they were doing that, they wouldn't have bothered covering Wales at the same time. It's England trying to make peace with France, and France saying, no, I'm doing too well.
Convoy to New York.
I love the convoy memes. Let's go.
Yeah, England's down to only 3 units.
Yes.
Probably North Sea, London, Wales. So.
Yeah, well done Germany on surviving. By the way. They're alive in Denmark with an army.
Yeah.
You have 2 places you can go. Good luck going in either of them. This is gonna be a fun one.
Builds have been in for forever.
Yes.
Yeah, builds have been in. Alright, let's go see builds because the fans are rioting.
Alright. We'll go to builds. So builds, we have Barents and Norwegian taken off. Okay, so wait. Barents and Norwegian? I would have expected Barents and like North or London or something so that they could cover Clyde. But now there's a free convoy route for the French. They can go Gascony to Clyde and not be opposed here.
Yeah, but like, yeah, probably Norwegian over London. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I wonder if this was just like, okay, I'm going to disband the units furthest away from France, and they click them quickly, because I did kind of pressure the players into saying, hey, you'd better get those builds and retreats in fast, because we don't have enough to talk about.
We have plenty to talk about. Jeez. France. Okay, look, guys, this does look like a pretty good France game, but if the Juggernaut can just keep it together, they might actually beat France.
Yeah. Like, this northern Russian position is not good enough to beat France, I think. But the fact that Turkey could be going in the south, or even if look, it's Fleet Rome, so Italy is very pro-Turkey right now, although Turkey did not wave. They have built Fleet Smyrna down there. But Fleet Rome means that they may just be going straight for France. In which case, Turkey becomes a lot more favoured. I mean, Turkey is already, I think, just as favoured as France is, even with France being 2 ahead of them. Because Turkey on 7 is insane. Is this 1905 yet? It certainly looks like it, right? This is not a 1903
this looks like a very late game. Wow.
Yes.
What is Italy gonna do between all these superpowers? Be the dime on which the game is balanced.
It's so hard.
Depending on where Italy goes, everything is crazy. No, Russian didn't build St. Pete.
No,
and I think that's right. I think if you're Russia and you build a fleet St. Petersburg North Coast, you are committing to be too exposed against England here.
Against
Turkey.
God,
I'm sounding like Captain Meme.
You mean against Turkey, or because against England that would be fun?
No, yeah. You're too exposed by committing so heavily against England.
Yes,
God,
I agree.
Captain Meme and
Army see, yes, I've convinced Ezio. Army Moscow is the best build. Screw you, Ezio. It's correct. It's objectively
Sometimes
correct.
It's correct. Yeah, fine.
Someone a couple days ago posted another meme on the diplomacy subreddit about how it was like the oh look, I've built Army Moscow. Jimmy, that's the 7th time in a row you've built Army Moscow. Oh, I'm so happy. I love players who do that. Build Army Moscow every time. It is the best build, no matter what Ezio says. It's so flexible. I love it.
Yeah, if you like don't ever need to be efficient, you can build Army Moscow. And this is a position where I don't feel Russia needs to be efficient. That's true.
Yeah.
I think Army Moscow here is good.
But, like, this is my Northern Russia play, right? I never build Northern fleets, or I very rarely build Northern fleets. I usually spam armies and then go and say, okay, the extent of my northern borders, at least in timed games, is gonna be Norway and Denmark. I don't want to push any further if I'm... Like, that should be enough.
Right now, wouldn't you love to have a fleet in Norway?
Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. But that's beside the point. Like, building armies is good. I like building Russian armies.
I like building Russian armies if I ever, like, expect them to move south. But I like building fleets if I know that they're never moving south. Like, if I get 2 builds, one of them being a northern fleet is plausible. And like this game, I suggested Army St. Petersburg. But there are definitely... If I only get 1 build, and that's a fleet St. Pete North Coast, I'm just begging to die. Germany's opening was suicide? Germany's opening works a surprising amount of the time.
Yeah, it failed here because everyone on the board reacted to it by allowing... Like, it was probably really good negotiation on the Russian part to go to various people and say, hey, I need support, I'm gonna die very quickly and it's not gonna benefit you. And they got everyone to do that. Like, everyone backed them up. Turkey supported them, Austria supported them, England supported them. Basically everyone who could made sure that Germany's opening was terrible. But if they hadn't successfully done that, Germany could have gotten away with a decent opening. That, like, I still think there's a reason why that opening isn't played. It's it leaves you way too open on the backline. But it could have worked. That was certainly one of the situations where it could have worked quite well, because there was just so much pressure against Russia at the same time elsewhere. I think it's Brotherboard's blog that says the way you win as Germany is to make yourself a corner power by eliminating northern Russia and just taking Warsaw, Moscow, St. Petersburg. I kind of agree, but you usually need to do that later in the game than Germany did it here.
Yeah, usually you want to wait until 02 to go crazy against Russia.
Yes. In fact, I would usually wait longer than that, but in terms of taking Warsaw anyway, because it's one of those situations where you can just gather your strength in the north and take Sweden and push into St. Petersburg or whatever. You don't need to immediately go for Warsaw because those southern Russian armies are going to be distracted doing other things. So, yeah. Right, we haven't done much build analysis here. I think someone posted earlier that they said that Turkey has given up Budapest by building Fleet Smyrna, which is a really interesting point, right? Because if you have... Oh, it's Doug, yes. Thank you, Doug. If you lose Italian support here, Italy goes, oh, how dare you build the Fleet Smyrna, I am now going to take Budapest. Suddenly your situation is actually quite a lot worse, and you can't stop that move against Budapest. So I think they had some kind of agreement to allow Turkey to build Fleet Smyrna, but why would you ever agree to that as Italy? It feels like Turkey is running away with it far too much already.
Hey man, I said Turkey was supposed to wave Fleet Smyrna, don't look at me.
That is true. So... yeah, it's just kind of a difficult one.
Alright, Jan, you don't think Turkey's in a position to stab. What's Turkey in a position to do?
So,
if Turkey does anything, they're stabbing either Russia or Italy.
I think they might just sit back and let both of them do their thing. like, bear in mind that Turkey can move up to Serbia, move up to Bulgaria, and just kind of stand there and be ready to attack either of the other powers. And at the same time, let the other powers deal with this French threat. I think it's more likely that Turkey jumps on one of them. I think it's more likely that Turkey...
I think Turkey can sit in a corner for another 3 years before needing to do anything.
Yeah. I mean, I find it hard to disagree. I think Turkey does have a genuinely amazing position, and no one is inclined to attack them right now. This fleet Rome build is like really signaling that Italy wants to be friends.
Sorry, the fleet build is signaling that Italy wants to be...
Rome.
Fleet Rome, yes.
As opposed to Fleet Naples. And of course, Turkey has the possibility to just jump out into Aegean, jump out into Eastern Mediterranean. This fleet, Syria, as friendly as it looks, is not very friendly when there is another fleet in Smyrna. Yeah. That's it's an interesting one.
Alright. What I am learning from this chat, by the way, is that I'm gonna stick a fleet in Syria in more of my games.
Why are people
Because
saying?
everyone underestimates how powerful this fleet is in Syria. This position is, I feel, incredibly anti-Italian. That's why CaptainMeme and whoever commentated, I think it was Doug, who said that this is going to cause Italy to take Budapest. Because I think this fleet has only one place to go, right? Fleet Smyrna is going out through the Med. It's only a matter of when.
Okay,
But because there's a fleet in Syria and Smyrna, they're not worried about it. Orders are in.
I don't want to move forward because we haven't done power rankings. I want to do a very quick power rankings. I love that Mohammed said, "Can we get new power rankings? I feel like Germany may have overtaken Austria." I agree.
All right, fair. Good point.
So let's take Austria off there. Well played, 1 bar of soap. Like, especially in the prelims. Sad that it didn't work out so well on this one, but now we are down to 6 players. I would say
supply
Germany
center
is still
count.
lost.
Yeah, Germany, England, Italy. I'll put Turkey over Russia, though.
Yes.
And France.
France at the top. Yeah, so you favour France over Turkey for the endgame, then?
Yeah.
That was an interestingly phrased yeah. But no, I agree.
Turkey, dude. It's a strong Turkey.
It's a strong Turkey. Like, you said you favour France over it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, France doesn't really have much in the way of opposition right now, whereas Turkey, if people did want to squeeze them, they absolutely could right now, right? I think a lot is going to come down to what Italy decides to do. If Italy moves these fleets west, suddenly Turkey jumps above France on this power ranking.
Yeah, which is why we're talking about Turkey being sort of the kingmaker here at the time on which the game is balanced.
Italy,
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Italy. Yeah.
And is exactly why this fleet is so confusing. Because if you can get Italy to go west by waving a build, you should. You absolutely should. You might not want to like offer to build army to make that happen, because that limits you maybe a bit too much. But a wave, certainly. You don't, and this fleet maybe makes them come this way. Do you think that Russia is solidly above Italy then? Is the other question.
No, because I think Russia can't defend their south.
But you also said that the Turk is poised to go anti-Italy rather than anti-Russia, right?
I mean, Turkey can go either way. More anti-Italy for sure, but like, Russia can't defend Romania. Right.
This is true. So wait, do you want me to put Italy above Russia then?
No.
See,
not really.
The problem I think with putting Italy higher than Russia right now is that if Italy does well by taking Turkey out of the equation or somehow pushing in against Turkey, which I think is how that would happen. Russia probably loses the north to France because Italy is not focusing on the west. In which case France wins instead of Italy, right? So Italy's kind of screwed both ways here. So yeah, I'll leave Italy below Russia. Here are our new power rankings: France, Turkey, Russia, Italy, England, and then Germany. Shall we go ahead to the next phase?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, spring 1904. Here we go.
Okay. So Turkey did take Romania, and now Romania is in the Black Sea. Sevastopol is safe. Italy's moving hard on France. See, this is everyone knew what was up. That's cool.
Yeah. So Turkey hard stabs Russia here, right? Russia immediately reacts, so they knew they were going to get stabbed. Italy hard stabs France. France immediately reacts, so they knew they were going to get stabbed. Oh, more DiploStrats sirening. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a whole lot of of good reactions by people.
This looks like Italy and Turkey spent like 10 minutes out of the 15 in a chat together and were like kicking people out as they were trying to join.
I would not be surprised if that's the case. I feel like it would take more than 10 minutes to convince me as Italy to go this hard on France. This is a lot of commitment, right? And also it kind of shows why you really wanted Tyrrhenian to be in Tyrrhenium rather than in Tunis this turn, because now Piedmont and Western Med can't coordinate easily. You need to get these units sorted out. Whereas otherwise you could have been in Gulf of Lyon this turn. Although because of France's defensive moves, it's actually no different.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered too much, but if France hadn't defended by sending Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Spain's south coast, which, notably, never in a million years would I have made those defensive moves. Never am I going to do this. I'm going to convoy Gascony up to Clyde 100% of the time, and then I would also send Paris down to Gascony. So, like, I would never have defended this attack from Italy.
I think I get it, right? I think the French player is putting a lot of value on just getting the English player on side for the rest of the game, saying, hey, I'm going to let you live, you help me. Which, well, clearly they don't trust them that much because they moved to Belgium with the fleet. But
and Picardy to help support Hold Belgium, yeah.
Yeah, but they are trying to get that to happen, I guess. And it is that kind of play that wins top boards, right? If you manage to get smaller powers on side and supporting your win, then in the late game, you can be the player that comes out on top if it's a situation of who do the kingmakers like the most.
Yeah, it's really weird to be in spring 04 and talking about kingmakers, but...
Yeah. No, I don't think... For what it's worth, the impression I've gotten of England so far is not that of a player who wants to kingmake. It's of a player who wants to survive and to fight their way through the game, right?
Yeah. I look at England and I see someone who wants to win.
Yes. Unfortunately, their ability to win has been somewhat compromised. But there's always a shot, right? You've still got 6 years in this game. It's possible.
You still have all of your home supply centers, and you got lots of time left, and a pretty powerful board.
Can I enable super chats? I have no idea what those are.
I think those are AI summaries of people talking.
Maybe? I have no idea.
You think that this is Italy committing suicide right now? Interesting.
I don't think Italy is committing suicide.
Yeah, that's what Doug said. So, it's interesting. I think this move had a really high potential to just work, right? Like I said, I wasn't going to defend this move. I would be losing something, probably, to Italy this year as France. And I think as Italy, do you attempt to attack Turkey here? Oh, it's donations for
Oh, I
YouTube.
see. Well, I really appreciate the sentiments on that, but no, we haven't enabled anything along those lines. So, but yeah. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The
I think
we
it's a huge
probably will
potential.
at some point, but not
I think
not for this
attacking
one.
Turkey would also be suicide.
Yeah, it's like
With
as
Russia doing this, maybe not. With Russia doing this, maybe not.
see, I'd be super
I don't know.
tempted
It's real tough.
as Italy to not bother going for Munich, right? In this situation, you still force Budapest, but you do all of this at the same time. Just try and say to Turkey, hey, yeah, we can still be friends. I'll be your counterbalance to France, but I want one more dot in order to do it. I want the Budapest dot. Uh, so, yeah. I,
If you knew Turkey was making these moves, as Italy, if you knew,
I
could
mean,
have done a pretty brutal stuff.
yes, that is true. You could have gone to what? I'm trying to think how you can go to Serbia. You can backfill into Trieste. You can't take Budapest at the same time as that, though.
You cannot, but you could also get into Aegean and Ionian.
You could. So Turkey left themselves rather open to that, but at the same time, I don't think you ever expect all of that to work.
True, but even still, you can like not get anywhere. Yeah, like Trieste to Albania is the only move that you think is any reasonable chance of success. But also, if I'm Italy, I don't feel like I can move out here. If I'm Italy, I feel like I have to durdle for another year. At least another turn to see what people are doing before I can move out. Because I worry if I move west, Turkey can just push into my centers, and I'm gonna explode. So,
Yeah,
as Turkey, I feel like I have to turtle again.
I wonder if you
As
have the
Italy, I feel like I have
threat.
to turtle again.
I wonder if you have the threat that, hey, if you do walk into my centers, I am just going to let Turkey win this thing. Not Turkey. I'm just going to let France win this thing.
Yeah, if Turkey attacks you.
I feel like that has to be the negotiating line, right?
I guess, except Turkey can still just, like, take more.
Yeah, man. Right.
Italy's hard. I suck as Italy. I don't know how to play.
It is. It's like it's one of those countries that can be really played really really well at a top board. It's quite often the first pick for a top board actually. Even for usually for tournament players who think if they pick France they're going to get triple teamed. So they grab Italy instead as their pick and then let someone else get triple teamed as France. And just work
Yeah,
on
they lead the
these.
triple team against France,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. But I know Peter McNamara plays an incredible Italy because I've played against his Italy and been brutalized by it. It's a potentially really strong nation because of how many theaters you can be acting in just from the very start of the game. But it's really, really tough to figure out what you should be doing at any particular time, right? And yeah,
Yep.
the Italy has
Chris
decided to
Brand
go
also
all
plays
out.
pretty good Italy.
Yes, yeah, yeah. I mean, he has. I think I will plug here. There are some videos over on Legendary Tactics which have various world champions and stuff talking through their strategy for particular powers. The Chris Brand one on Italy is fantastic. Go and watch that. But not right now because we want you watching this instead. Triple team is three people teaming up against France at the start. It's quite common in games where a very threatening person is France because people know that France is such a strong power, right? So Germany goes for Burgundy at the start, England goes for English Channel, and Italy goes for Gulf of Leon, tries to attack them. It minor spoilers alert. It happened to me in spring 1901 of Media Wars 4, which will be coming out soon. But yeah, so right. So we probably talked all we need to about the Italian turnaround here. Have we actually? I guess we can talk about what the material effects of it are going to be, because France managed to defend this really well. They brought the fleets back. Italy can actually not gain anything at all.
Oh, Munich.
They can gain Munich, actually. They have to convince Russia to tap it for them. Or Germany. Germany is more likely to, but Germany will die if they do it, so... Is Germany more likely to? I can't remember if they have good relations with France or not. I think they have terrible relations with France. I don't remember, though. Because wasn't France
I think
going
that
in
both
behind
of them are likely to do it, because everyone would rather see Italy and Munich than France.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Do you think Turkey walks into Italian dots?
Not this turn.
Mm-hmm. You don't think there's any chance Greece just goes into Ionian with a...
Well, that's not an Italian dot.
That is... I mean, Ionian is more important than a dot, almost.
I agree. But you asked about dots.
That is
I
true.
don't think... I would expect Greece to move into Ionian, yes. But I would expect that to be the only thing that Turkey does against Italy here. Hey, I'm just going to send another fleet out your way to reinforce, because you don't have enough fleets on your line. It'll help you fill in your back. Meanwhile, I would like support Khan into Ankh and support Smyrna to Khan, to look to force Black Sea next turn. Right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not support Smyrna to Khan, I'd probably support Holdermania, but...
Italy is
either
not
way.
going to get Marseille here, because Gascony can cover with... just coming from there. They could get Marseille in the long run once Tuscany is out in Gulf of Leon. There's going to be 2 on Marseille and there's going to be 2 on Spain, right? So France has to rearrange their units quickly to deal with that, but I think they've got the time to do that right now.
Yeah, I mean, Picardy can get into Burgundy and make it safe.
Yes. Exactly. I think there was another comment I wanted to talk about.
What dot do you see, Mr. John?
This is probably our conversation about Turkey taking the Italian dots.
Oh, I said no. I said no.
Well, yes.
Remember?
You said no, and therefore...
I said no dots.
Therefore we have the anti-Ezio. I want to talk about the other one. There was another comment here. If I am Russia, I might support Germany into Kiel. I think that would be a pretty good idea on the Russian part if they could get Germany to go through with it. But I think that Germany views Russia as the reason that they've lost at this point, right? Because...
That's unfair.
I mean,
Germany
they
went
did
ham into Russia.
But they have been doing nothing but attacking Russia on these last few. Right? Going into Denmark was pretty anti-Russia. They got English support against that. I don't think they trust Russia enough to accept to say, yes, I'll move to Kiel. Because that opens them up to getting just destroyed by a Russian stab and
it's
eliminated.
possible. I think if Russia offered double support into Kiel, I'd take it as Germany. I think Germany would take that.
Mm-hmm. And you don't think Russia would just take Denmark? I mean, no, I think I would. I would give the double support.
Yeah.
Because even if it gets in and you try and move into Denmark behind them and North Sea bounces you or something, then Germany still can't build another unit to threaten you or anything, right? They're just taking the one off of France. It's fine. I agree with CaptainMeme. This is Russia's fault for defending themselves. Absolutely. That's the kind of attitude I have towards people.
Grace period meme.
Oh no, hang on. Let me go back to my GM tab. Who is causing the grace? Okay, hang on. Let me just add them. Sorry, you're gonna get keyboard noises. Wait, did it adjudicate? It did adjudicate, right?
Okay. I saw we were in grace period.
Okay, yeah.
When I refreshed.
I'm not going to name and shame the player. But yes, it did go into grace for a moment. Right. So, shall we go ahead to the fall?
Yes!
Okay, I'm excited to see what this is that is killing you. The giggles. Right.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, what a game.
Right, so which part of it are you looking at?
Italy supports Russia into Munich rather than taking the center for themselves,
And
and then
then,
Russia rudely walks into Vienna.
yes, that is extremely rude. Um, God. I also feel like this Italy is entering their orders too last minute every time because they missed some very important supports here, right? Tyrolia should have been supporting this as well, although it didn't actually matter, or doing something. And
Yeah,
Western Med should have supported the move into the Lyon, unless they
yeah,
actually intended everything to bounce down here, which uh,
yeah.
I would have
If they
intended
wanted
it.
to bounce in Tuscany, I think they would have self-bounced in Gulf of Leon.
Yeah, but maybe they don't want Turkey to see that they want to bounce. But this would
Sure.
certainly be more reasonable if this fleet was in Tyrrhenian instead of Tuscany, right? Because then it's close to the front line. In Tuscany, it's exactly the same distance from Turkey if it stays there as if it goes into Lyon.
Yep.
ASMR keyboards and sirens to fall asleep to. There's the title of the next video right there. I'm sure it would get more views than we currently do.
Nah.
No, so fun fact, this has nothing to do with the game at all. There was a point at which YouTube released this really creepy tool to its creators, which let you go and see what your subscribers or what your viewers had been searching for, which, like, individual viewers, anonymized, but, like,
Okay.
yeah, it was creepy, but the first thing that came up was unintentional ASMR. I'm like, what? I'm not sure I want my. Anyway, that tool doesn't
mean-
exist anymore. You'll be happy to know, or at least it's gone somewhere where I can't find it. So, yeah. So we are unintentional ASMR apparently sometimes. The sirens and the keyboards clearly work for some people. So yeah. Let's go back to diplomacy. Let's talk about that instead of this.
Yeah. So I think England has not given up.
Yes. They are going into English Channel. That's a fun one. And they're
I
still.
think England is here for a fight.
We're gonna say goodbye to Germany. That's upsetting.
Yep.
But France supporting themselves out into North Sea, which cuts the support and kills the German. So yeah. This is, where does North Sea retreat to?
London.
Yeah, it probably has to be London, right? You.
Maybe Yorkshire. Yorkshire's good too. But back to the British mainland.
Yes. Weirdly, this might be a situation where a convoy into Britain happens from the German direction, but as France. Which I don't think I've ever seen before, right? As England, usually you get cracked by two different types of convoys. You get cracked by French convoys, which either land in Clyde, Liverpool, Wales, or London, coming in from North Atlantic, Irish, or English Channel, right? And the other one is the German convoy into Edinburgh or Yorkshire through North Sea. But now we're going to get a French convoy potentially to Edinburgh or Yorkshire, which would be fun. Although, actually,
Potentially.
can they afford to take that army off their front line? Maybe not.
That's the question. Because Kiel is going to be hit pretty hard. And if France convoys the unit into the British mainland, then that's pulling units back. They might convoy that into Norway, which currently works.
Yeah.
But France is just under a lot of pressure right now. And assuming England is hostile, which is the impression I get by London to English Channel, maybe France is going to feel it. Meanwhile, Turkey's going to be on 8. Turkey, I will be able to force Black Sea, right?
Yes.
So Sevastopol's going to fall.
Do you think this English unit might have been asked to come here by the French predicting Tunis would go to North Africa?
It might have been, but I wouldn't have ever asked England to move to the English Channel.
Yeah, but the thing is, if England isn't there, right, Then on the next turn, assuming Italy does the Western Mediterranean support Tuscany out to Lyon order set, then Lyon can cut Spain. Western Med can get supported into Mid-Atlantic Ocean by North Africa, and suddenly you've lost Mao as France, and that's never a position you want to be in. The question is...
I just, don't think England's gonna support me.
Yes, that is the question. The unit in English Channel might be worse than the Italian possibility of a unit in Mid-Atlantic Ocean right now.
Right? I think there's a very real chance that English Channel supports Western Med to Mid-Atlantic Ocean next year. And the problem is, you won't even see it coming.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If I was trying to work with England here, I would have moved Belgium back to the English Channel and let England kept control of the North Sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Me forcing North Sea here, it looks kind of crazy.
Yeah, the Belgium to North Sea thing is super interesting, right? Because it looks like it definitely wasn't planned with England. Otherwise, why would they have entered this support hold on Germany? It's completely ineffective. So this was a force, but at the same time, they've moved past England and they're not threatening England anymore. So why aren't they working with England?
I mean, they're threatening Edinburgh, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, that was the immediate thing that I thought of, that they're doing this to attack England, and then I went down the line of, hang on, maybe they're with England because this move could be to support them in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and now I'm on the line of, hang on, if that's the case, then this doesn't make any sense. So I think we've circled back round to, yes, this is a French attack on England and an English attack on France at the same time. Which is going to be interesting. And I really do think, looking at the situation down here in the south, that France and Italy arranged this. That they went, okay, neither of us make any progress right now because I don't want to let the Turk grow too large. And I don't want to move too far away from the Turk. So, yeah, that's my...
Yeah.
That's my instinct.
Alexander, do I think Tunis to Ionian is slightly anti-Turkish? Yes.
Yes.
Obviously, Tunis moving into Ionian isn't pro-Turkish. That said, I read it with the rest of the moves that Italy made as more common sense survival moves. Because I just am terrified of Turkey moving in there. And you saw what CaptainMeme and I said immediately was, hey, Greece to Ionian is supernatural, super easy going to happen, and I wouldn't want that to happen, so I would move it to stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not super anti.
Yes, FanIam is actually my alt account trying to get you to donate. No,
I mean, they're not the first person that's asked about super chats.
Yeah, I really appreciate people wanting to donate, but right now it's not something like that, or Patreon. It's not something we're looking at in the immediate future, although, as I said, it's kind of overwhelming that people want to do that in the first place, and thank you so much. But we're not doing it. We're not doing it right now.
I don't think FanIam is a bot, because referencing the ASMR stuff, that'd be a weird bot.
FanIam is not a bot. I've seen them in previous streams on DBN before, so I have seen you before on the. I know you are a diplomacy fan, so. Yes, I do agree. I think Tunis to Ionian is purely defensive against the Turk. I think also putting the Russian into Munich is super interesting because that is anti-Turkish, right? That is letting the Russians stabilize. And
was letting them take Vienna also negotiated?
Oh, surely not, right? That takes too much power away from Italy right now. But then maybe it is. Maybe it's to...
What is Italy disband? Nope.
Bohemia,
nope,
right?
That.
You disband Bohemia, you get Russia to push you back into Trieste, and then you go all in on Turkey without them noticing that you're going to do
it. Yeah, have them kick me out of Tyrolia, then it retreats to, Trieste? Sure. Yeah, that could work. That could be a fun attack.
Yes.
Alright, you want to see the builds and disbands?
Have they gone through?
We've got a couple.
Oh yeah, of course they will. Alright, yeah, let's go to builds.
Western Med off the board.
Okay.
Okay. And Holland off the board, also okay. Fleet Saint. Wait, I've missed that Russia was +2 this year because they lost Romania. They gained
Munich and Vienna,
Munich and
right?
Denmark
Oh,
and Vienna.
yes. That is
Yeah.
quite the... But no, nothing in Sevastopol?
I mean, you can't hold Sevastopol anyways, why bother?
This is true, but like Fleet, St. Petersburg, North Coast, is this like the desperation play of Turkey, please, I'm doing something about France. Like, look at
You
me.
can take Sevastopol,
You
don't take anything else.
Or just say, don't take Sevastopol and I'll keep that Northern Fleet on. I don't think it works. That Northern Fleet can't push out. It's just stuck. I don't like this build. I hate this build. It should have been Army Moscow.
Army Moscow instead of Army Warsaw.
No, Army Moscow instead of Fleet St. Petersburg. But no, I mean, I am joking a bit about Army Moscow. I think Army St. Petersburg would have been reasonable. I just something that isn't the fleet. Like, the fleet is...
Yeah.
it's
Sev,
not.
you're right. You can hold Sevastopol this turn by supporting Black Sea back into Sevastopol. But what's going to happen is that Turkey is also going to attack the Black Sea,
Yes.
and so that is going to force the Black Sea to retreat. And even if you built a fleet in Sev to attempt to hold the Black Sea, you attack Sevastopol and you're going to cut that support. So, yeah, you're almost certainly going to lose Sevastopol this year. It's, I think with the builds as is, it's guaranteed. There might be something crazy that I don't notice, but I think it's guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, Russia could try and go for 2 on Romania or something weird, but I don't think it's going to work. I think they might.
Yeah, there are other things you can do, but that involve you not being minus a center, but they don't involve you holding Sevastopol. Again, with Army Moscow, there might have been a chance. And then Milky, as to about Turkey having built too many fleets, I hard disagree on that. Turkey building fleets is excellent.
It's
Turkey
a
is
weird one, right? Because, like, this area in Austria does feel army sparse. Usually you would have more armies here if you're playing very efficiently and pushing forward. But that's not how this Turkey has gotten this position. That's not how they've managed to work their way into this whole situation, right? It's kind of amusing because their first build was an army when we thought it really should have built a fleet. They should have built a fleet. And now they're building lots of fleets when it looks like they need more armies there. But their success has been diplomatic. Yeah, their success has been diplomatic, right? They don't need as many armies in Austria as you'd expect because they've got one unit adjacent to what they've got. Well, 2, I guess, with 3. Okay, I'm counting more. But, like, in the actual Austrian homeland, just Vienna. And usually you'd see, like, Army Trieste, Army Vienna, Army Galicia all trying to hold Turkey back. None of that is here right now, so you don't need the armies immediately. Fleets are fine. Yeah, and in this situation, these fleets are really nice because you can support Ankara up, take Black Sea with that, and go out into Aegean or bring Constantinople and Smyrna immediately out this way and then attack Italy. I like the fleet builds right now. And I assume that was what you were going to say, Ezio, as well, right?
Yeah, fleet builds are great.
That would have been a much more concise way of putting it. I do think Italy should have disbanded Fleet Tuscany, because that one's going to take so long to get to the east. Yes. I mean, these would have taken the same amount of time to get to the east, Tuscany and Western Med. Tuscany is generally considered a pretty useless fleet to have, unless it's got support, right? Because the only place you usually want a fleet in Tuscany to take is Gulf of Leon, and that's being bounced by France in this situation. Like, Tyrrhenian is better for everything else, and even for that, really. I think the one situation where Western Mediterranean disband here makes sense is if you're saying to France, I am going to get off your back. Like, this is an incredibly good signal for saying that. And these two are the same distance away. So despite this fleet being less useful against France, that's exactly why the disband makes sense, right? Because you disbanded the more useful unit against France to peace out with them.
Alright, I'll be back in a sec, Captain Meme.
Sure thing. Okay, in that case, I'm going to oblige YouTube and hit the add button. So I guess we'll see you in a few. I don't know how this works. Ads inserted. Interesting. I have no idea how long this will be or how or what it will do. Those of you with ad block, hello. You're still listening to me talk, I suppose. And I am really hoping people post to say when the ads end. Because otherwise I have no clue. Why does it not tell me in this menu? Alright, well, Q&A with people who have ad block, I suppose. Oh, and YouTube Premium. That's true. I forgot that was a thing. So, if you have any questions about DiploStrats, and you have YouTube Premium, then go ahead and ask me questions. Oh, 5 seconds. Really? It's just 5 seconds? What kind of ad break is that? Amazing. Wait. Oh no. No, I hit the insert one ad there, so I think it should be fine. Which power is my favorite? That's a super interesting question. When I started out, it was Austria. I absolutely loved playing Austria, and I loved playing Kilopantos, which is the opening where you get Italy to walk into Trieste and then walk to Serbia. It's an absolutely terrible opening. I would not advise anyone else do it, but it does lead to friendships that last a very long time with the Italian player if they don't stab the hell out of you. And actually, I did reasonably well with that. There was a period where I went to a specific site that offers the ability to pick your nations, which I'm not going to mention because I don't particularly like the way that site has gone. But I just picked Austria over and over again because I knew I would always get it. No one else picks Austria, and I loved playing that. Later, I think I pivoted more towards liking England. I really like the England play because I like working with Germany and pushing in like a really strong momentum opening. One of my favorite openings was that I actually managed to do successfully more than once, is to talk to Russia, get them not to build anything in the north, right? Get your army into Norway and get the German unit into Denmark and let the Russian into Sweden. Then go ahead and say to the Russian, hey, me and Germany are going to work together against the French right now. And we're going to just leave you alone in the north. But I figure it would be better for us if you let us disband your unit, you rebuild it down in the north as something that's not a fleet, and then we can have this triple alliance together, right? And then the Russian will go, I don't really want to do that, but you keep on insisting because, you know, you can you can get them to do what you want. And then you get them to take Sweden off with a supported move of like Denmark to Sweden. And then you walk into St. Petersburg, and immediately Russia is just eliminated from the north. I absolutely love doing that. Ezio, are you back? I see you're writing in chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep, I'm back.
Sorry.
I was happy to listen to you talk about stories and about convincing other people to do things that are insane.
I was doing a Q&A, but I didn't get through very many questions. I got through one. Do I listen into player negotiations? Yes, when I'm doing the DBN sideline commentary. No, outside of that. Favorite and least favorite places to be in. I love being in North Sea, I love being in Mid-Atlantic Ocean, I love being in Ionian Sea. Least favourite place to be in, I mean, it will be like Syria. That's an easy question. So, which of the tournament qualifier games did you enjoy the most? Any memorable moments? You will see those moments in later commentaries, so I will not spoil them here. What's my favourite diplomacy variant? My favourite diplomacy variant is... There are two. No, there are 3, which doesn't mean favorite. Hang on, I've been added by someone. I need to check. Oh, it's you. Okay. So there are 3. I love France versus Austria, the 1v1 variant. So I love it so much that I basically wrote the book on it. I have a blog that you can find at CaptainMeme.wordpress or something, I don't know. That basically me and a bunch of people who played Mafia on WebDip went through and named all of the possible openings in that. And now they're the official names of those openings, so that's amazing. The other 2, there was one run by Alex Ronk called Dissolution, which was absolutely incredible. It had a really complicated rule set, but it was amazing. It had air units that worked in a really interesting way. They don't run it anymore because the last time they tried to run it, Russia invaded Ukraine, and they cancelled it because it was just distasteful in that situation. So I don't know when it will be run again, but it was an amazing variant. And variant number 3 would be Bourse, which is the variant where you add a stock market to diplomacy. But that's a story for another time.
Okay, I was gonna say Boris as my favorite Captain Meme. So what that tells me is we need to get a Boris variant and run it
Oh my god.
for imp dip.
Have you considered Army
Alright.
North Africa as the worst? Okay, I'll do a couple more questions here and then we'll get back to the thing. Have you considered Army North Africa as the worst possible space? Yes, that is a very bad space. It's not actually the worst. You can do a lot with Army North Africa in terms of just stopping a unit coming south, right? If you're lining up units here just to make sure that France doesn't break through and get a solo from Tunis, then Army North Africa can be really good. But it's only when you kind of have to have the army run there because it's the only unit that can get there in time. The other 2 questions. What other game has negotiations like Dip? Senji is my favorite. I've never heard of Senji, but myself and Ezio play a lot of other negotiation games. As mentioned, we were part of a Mafia group together on web diplomacy. We also play things like Survivor and The Genius, and I absolutely love those kind of games. I play them constantly on Mafia Scum, so that that is my answer.
If you want another board game that's somewhat similar to diplomacy, the Game of Thrones board game does a reasonable job. You have tons of negotiations, tons of stabbing, and they have a support mechanic and a move mechanic, as well as somewhat simultaneous moves. So the Game of Thrones board game feels quite similar to diplomacy in my mind. The negotiations are less in-depth, certainly than Survivor and the other games Captain Meme said.
Yes. Blood
Resistance.
on the Clock Tower, something I really, really want to play, but I haven't yet. I've watched like every episode that No Rolls Bard has done on it, and it looks amazing, but no, I haven't done it. Oh my god, my housemate is posting in chat, oh no, not that, to your Game of Thrones reference. Because the one time I tried to do it with my housemates, they just ganged up on me, killed me, and then ended the game. But yeah,
Nice.
there was one last question there. Have you ever told anyone about your job outside of YouTube? Yes, kind of. There are a lot of friends I have who have a meme of subscribe to DiploStrats because I've let it slip that I do this. There were some very weird moments after the Veilfisk video, because that was the first time that the videos really went, like, big enough to hit people I know, where I got 2 messages from people I knew in real life saying, hang on, is this you? I just got recommended this YouTube video, and it sounds a lot like you, which was just surreal. That was so surreal. So it is slowly slipping more into real life now that people are stumbling across it. And it's all thanks to Veilfisk.
It's pretty sweet.
Yes. So, we have moves. Do we want to do power rankings very quickly before then? Or we need to take Germany off. So, well played, Germany. It was a good uh, attempt at a very strong opening, but it was one of those openings that is going to either go big or go home. And the result is go home. So that is Germany off the board.
Have we looked at builds? Yeah, we did look at builds, right?
Yes, we did. And
That's great.
I think all of the players are in the same order? France, then Turkey, then Russia? Or is it Turkey above France now?
I mean, Turkey is gaining Sev. And France disbanding, but Western Med was disbanded.
Sorry, go on.
I think France. I still take France over Turkey here, but it is very close. Like Western Med getting disbanded is just such good news for France. Yeah.
Yes, I do read all of the video comments.
We
yes.
really do. We read every comment that you guys give us, the nice and the bad, and almost always nice in these videos.
Yes.
So
it's
we appreciate all your
awesome.
support. That's a big deal. And so yeah, we give you guys hearts because I give you guys hearts.
Yeah, and I do want to do another Survivor video at some point. I don't think we'll get one that was the same as the first one, in that, like, we're not going to get the opportunity to Hydra together again. That was a once ever thing. But I mean, if we can get it to happen, we will.
Hydra.
But like,
It's so depressing.
there are some games that have happened that were super interesting that I might do like a Genius style slideshow for if Ezio is down for commentating that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, we'll see. We got a lot of diplomacy content to make going forward,
We
right,
do.
with this tournament and all of the games in the channel happening. So,
Yes.
no promises, but I'm happy to keep doing diplomacy for the near future.
Yeah, were these
Um,
negotiations typed or audio visual? This is audio only, and actually, I think this is the first face-to-face tournament, like virtual face-to-face tournament, that has explicitly banned text negotiations. Because I really hate it when people use the text negotiations as like a way to do all the negotiation that they don't have time to speak for in these games. That happens a lot in the other tournaments. So here we banned it. It is only audio. And yeah, shall we go ahead to the spring?
yeah, let's do it.
All right, Q&A over. Here we
For
go.
now, we'll be back on. We got lots of time.
Yep. All right.
All right. So it does look like Russia taking Vienna was agreed upon, based on Italy not attacking Russia.
But then walking out of Ionian, what?
I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's like maybe being worried about the French swinging down, but even then, you're better just standing in Ionian and then being ready to support yourself to Tunis, which is exactly what this position would have been if Italy had held this unit. It's a bit weird because for the rest of the game we've been saying, hey, Italy has been holding where they should have not been holding. This is a case where they moved when they should have held. So... yeah, I'm not a fan of moving out of Ionian here. Maybe they trusted Turkey a bit too much after the pivot against Russia. Yeah. Oh, and actually, we said that Russian fleet was definitely getting disbanded. It's not. It made it back into Sevastopol.
Yeah, because Turkey is not attacking Russia.
Yes.
That's the key. I don't fully understand. But I guess Turkey looked at it and said, I guess the only one that's gonna take... The only center I'm gonna get is Sevastopol, so why bother?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you could still force Sevastopol, so maybe don't even worry.
Is there a shot that this coalition against Turkey gets anywhere?
I mean, it's gonna get Budapest,
They do
right?
get Budapest. This is because
Probably also Romania.
they can get the cut on Romania.
Yeah.
But they've lost Ionian. That's so painful. That's like
brutal, yeah.
painful to the point of you have to ask France to come into Tyrrhenian to help you.
That
Yeah.
feels almost as bad as letting Turkey into Ionian to help you against France.
The
Uh,
yeah. I I would like this Italian position so much more if they'd held Ionian.
oh yeah, they'd be in great shape if they held Ionian,
Yes.
but they didn't.
Um,
And so now they're feeling it, because now that, I guess the convoy isn't guaranteed yet, but it's scary close.
mhm. Uh, Interesting that
Oof.
France tried to go into Edinburgh from Norwegian here, using the cuttable approach instead of the one that would have succeeded. I guess because they know they don't need to take Edinburgh until the fall turn, and they don't want to lose North Sea. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
still...
right. If they're not tapping North Sea, you're in great shape, and like you don't even really want to lose North Sea in the fall. If North Sea cuts like this, then you can still take Eddy in the winter if you really want to, or in the fall if you really want to. So
It's kind of interesting how quickly this France position has fallen apart, though, because the Russian is now in Kiel, and the English got into Belgium, so Holland is also under threat. Suddenly, like, all of these centres that France walked into casually earlier on in the game are under significant threat, and it's not something we expected at all, right? Turkey
I mean,
looked too weak to do this. Not Turkey, Russia.
uh,
Russia looked too weak to do this.
Russia looked weak, but the pressure from Italy, right? Just the little bit of a turn of moving into Western Med, forcing France to react to that, is very significant. And like pushing into Germany this way without finishing off England means you are exposed. And then there was just a slight tactical thing, right, of letting England back into the English Channel. That always hurts.
Mm-hmm.
And that was only because France felt pressured by Italy. So,
Yeah, France can take Belgium back here, right?
I mean, almost certainly, right? They're in Holland and Ruhr, but not if everything gets cut.
Yeah,
And like, if Munich taps Ruhr and Kiel supports Belgium to Holland, a very reasonable moveset, things could be ugly.
hmm. Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting tactical situation over there. I'm just looking at one of the messages here. Doug saying convoy to Naples either gets Naples or the retreat gets Naples. So if Smyrna gets convoyed into Naples, then either that convoy goes through, or if they attack Ionian and dislodge it, then the retreat gets in. The downside to that is that if Italy just does kind of the obvious thing and goes Tyrrhenian to Naples to block an attack into that center, then it fails. And
Yeah,
I
I
would...
thought with our feeling about letting Gulf of Leon into Tyrrhenian Sea, I'm only doing that if I'm moving Tyrrhenian Sea to Naples.
Yes, that was my thought too. I think I'm trying to negotiate that agreement with France right now. I'm not even sure France will be able to keep that unit on after this turn, given what's going on in the north. But yeah, can we just give a huge hand to Russia here for how she's negotiated, like just gotten back into this game, or was never really out of this game even, despite how bad the situation looked over and over again, and suddenly, like, Russia is a real contender for the end game here. They managed to get the
Russia's
whole
in
of
first
Germany.
and is growing.
Yes.
And like we're not talking about her because we're like, oh, Italy's gonna do stuff. Oh, Italy's not. Turkey's gonna do stuff. Turkey's not. Huh. Well, I guess France can still. Huh.
Wait,
Ain't
France is
that
falling
interesting?
apart. Yeah, suddenly Russia feels like they might even be the strongest power in the north right now.
We've had them as third on the power rankings for ages, and they've just like slowly kept on getting on.
Mm-hmm. It's...
Very impressive. Well done.
yeah. I'm like super impressed with that. I am less impressed with Baltic to Berlin. I don't know why that's
That
happening.
move was questionable, but it's okay.
Yeah. I don't like this move. It's plugging the fleet in somewhere where it shouldn't be. The like Baltic is so
Yeah.
much better.
Do you feel like it was supposed to be supporting Berlin into Kiel?
I think so. Maybe it
No.
was a last minute order or
Yeah,
something.
maybe.
But you have to click submit orders on backstabbers, so they would have seen that this was a move. I don't know what the purpose of this is, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not going to cost anything. I don't think Baltic Sea was going to do very much, and it's just going to move right back up. So it'll be fine.
Okay, because of that excellent Fleet St. Petersburg build. This is not because of the Fleet St. Petersburg build. It's still in St. Petersburg North Coast. That could have been an army.
But now if France reacts and if France pulls their fleet out of Norwegian and North Sea, that fleet in St. Petersburg North Coast can be useful.
Yes. Okay, it is true that I thought that fleet would be trapped there forever. It is suddenly looking a lot more useful. And if it gets out of St. Petersburg, it was an absolutely genius move to build the fleet there. It was fantastic. It was just an extremely high risk move. Like, to the point of, this unit is going to be completely useless unless everything goes my way in the north. But they made everything go their way.
And the south.
Yeah. They made everything go their way. It was brilliant.
So it's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, Russia's position, it is too good, officially, Russia's position, unfortunately.
Oh, to the point where you think...
It's time to start coalitioning.
Yeah. No, surely
Russia's gonna be on 11.
Turkey is seen as the bigger threat here, right? Still?
Well, I mean, I assume... Okay, I am predicting one more turn of Italy working with Russia against Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm Turkey, I'm starting to sow the seeds in Italy's mind to be like, hey, yeah, you can work with them against me, but remember, I'll support you into Vienna. And then Budapest once they take it.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand we're hostile right now, but like I'm not going to be hostile with you for long.
And as Italy, I'd say I will take that support if you walk out of Ionian Sea first, and like yeah,
I'll probably not do that.
Yeah,
probably say make me. And then I'll probably get Italy pissed at me.
Fair enough.
I'm not the best at this whole diplomacy game sometimes. I don't know. I really like having my fleet in Ionian.
Mm-hmm.
There can be no Turco-Italian alliances with the Yellow Ionian. You'd be surprised. I've made this happen a few times.
That is going to be an interestingly foreboding comment for Media Wars 4. I will just leave it at that.
God, I love hearing the cryptic messages about it.
I love it. I'm going to keep teasing stuff about it.
Ending adjudication. I'm refreshing. I'm hard refreshing. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Give me the moves. Show me the moves.
Okay.
Waiting for adjudication.
While we're waiting for adjudication, I'm going to hit the add button again because I like money. Alright.
We have 98 people watching. We're not even making any money off these ads.
I know, right? We're getting like... I shouldn't actually say, but it is not very much. I just... I have the button, it gives us time. And we are now back with our exclusive YouTube Premium and Adblock audience. Oh, are you for real? Goddamn. Enter your orders, people. Okay, I will add them. It is not the same person.
Okay, that makes me feel better then. Didn't know you had Mr. Krabs commentating. Look. CaptainMeme is a lot of things. Money focused is not one of those things.
Righty. Yeah, the button gives us money. I know, I should just be continuously clicking for the entire...
Oh, every time we get a grace period, we run ads. That's how we convince the players to go along.
Then we get money per grace period? That's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna go message the players to ask them please don't put your orders in anymore.
No, thanks.
The thing I hate
SGH,
most
are we live?
about this ad button
We're
is
live.
that I can't see when the ads have ended. So this is okay. Some people didn't get ads anyway, but I think the
Good for
ads
them.
should have ended, so we can go to the full turn here.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So Ionian back to Greece because Turkey knows how to make friends, unlike me. Good job, Turkey. Well done.
Constable
Meanwhile,
East Coast. What?
yeah, you want to support all the Black Sea or something?
Oh
I don't know.
my god! Italy said what I said. They said get out of Ionian and I'll go to Vienna, and they got into Vienna.
And supported Ruhr into Munich.
Yes. So suddenly, I mean, you were absolutely correct that this becomes like
Coalition against Russia. 'Cause
coalition
Russia
against
was
Russia.
doing too well.
I don't like it being a
Yeah.
coalition against Russia. I think that Turkey is the real threat here, but yeah,
Let's go, Turkey into Russia. Reminds you like sports with American football. Yeah, every time before we see and we'll see the moves, and before we reveal the moves, we click ads. That'd be American football. England is building.
Oh my god, they got Holland.
England didn't lose anything. They got Holland. They're forcing the army disband from Holland.
No,
France
it
is
can
down
it can
one.
retreat to
Because they gained that. Never mind. Sorry.
But yes, it's still a game.
God, I can't
England is building. They are
England
on.
is building.
They're gonna go back to 4, and they move to Wales at the same time. They're like sneakily moving against France.
They moved to Wales to open themselves up for a build, and they also got convoyed into Norway, it looks like. But that's fine.
Yes. Epic convoy into Apulia was missed. Yeah, this is true. But it's all for negotiation's sake, right? Turkey is going, hey, I think it's better to have Italy on side than to have Fleet Ionian. And Bulgaria East Coast, I think, is there because they want to make Italy feel even more secure and say, hey, look how far away this fleet is from you. That feels a little excessive to me. I would hate moving that fleet there, but it is what it is. And yeah, they have properly pivoted back against Russia. And yeah,
Sacrifices must be made.
and England managed to get France back on side to convoy them, or France said to England, hey, I'll convoy you to Norway because Russia is becoming too much of a threat. Doesn't actually do anything here, but it is interesting that negotiation happened.
Yeah, and Russia is +0. With Munich, you have an option to disband it and build Army Moscow.
Ooh, it's hard
Captain
to turn
Meme.
down Army Moscow.
You love Army Moscow.
This is a situation where I don't think I disband it. Because
I love it.
I'm...
I would,
Would you disband it?
I want Army Moscow here. It's hilarious. I don't understand. Sevastopol is under threat. You're guaranteed to lose Sevastopol spring next year.
Here's the thing, right? I think Sevastopol is less important than the German line for your chances of winning this game. I think your chances
Turkey is a
of...
bigger threat than France.
I agree, but I think your chances of winning this game disappear if you lose this front against France / well, just France, I suppose. Maybe with
So, Evan,
English.
it's not that he
Fleet
doesn't
Holland,
want Army
it's not a
Moscow.
problem.
It's that he wants Army Silesia more than Army Moscow. That's the key. And it is reasonable. Silesia's further away. Silesia's
No,
on the
you're
front.
right. It needs to come off and be Army Moscow. I think also the fact that Fleet Holland is English is huge, right? Because it means that you're probably not actually losing the German front. You'll note that, yes, England did work against Russia with French assistance, where it looked like they might get the dot by convoy, but at the same time, they did take Russian support into Holland here.
England is desperate and was trying to get anything they could, and why not take both supports or / convoys? So I don't think anyone's going to be pissed at England for taking that convoy.
Yes, I love
another
I love that comment. Should have moved out to Barents this turn, and then they could have built another fleet. But yes.
Yeah, disband Munich to build another fleet. That'd have been. I don't know about that one.
But yeah, so
So Italy's building. Good for Italy.
Italy's building in Italy. Italy has stabilized pretty well here, actually, with the unit leaving Ionian Sea. It looked dire, but suddenly it looks much less dire.
Dire. I mean, yeah, it looks right because Leon backed out and Ionian backed out, so Italy's feeling better. But Italy's still only on 6. Do you? I kind of feel like Italy's gonna go back to propping up Russia again.
I think they should. That would be
I think this was like a one-turn, like, hey, you did well enough for yourself. Back down to ground here. I gave you Vienna. Vienna might even have been agreed with Russia.
It's possible, actually. Although I think Russia would have wanted us another support into Budapest here, or a cut on
or
Serbia.
to tap Serbia.
Because otherwise this is not guaranteed to happen.
Yeah, but maybe it would have been a next year thing. Shifting alliances. Yeah, I mean, that's how Italy has to play. It's why it's so hard. That's why I can't handle it.
Yes.
And I think Meme and I are both struggle at this, because we both love to make an ally and then work with that ally and then either kill them or not.
Yeah. I would have liked to see Tunis into Ionian, but I suppose actually the element of surprise on Turkey here is pretty good. If you can slip into Albania without them realizing that you're going to do that, that can be pretty effective.
Like it was a couple of years ago. Yeah, the game is different than it was a couple of years ago, Doug. Yep.
Yes. St. Petersburg to Barons, build fleet St. Petersburg, con Norway, St. Pete. What? Con? Oh, convoy.
Yeah,
convoy swap. Oh my god! They had the opportunity to do the funniest thing imaginable. No,
Well, I mean, okay, they had the opportunity to attempt to get to a place. Meanwhile, they'd be dying.
Yes, it would have been a terrible idea. Don't do that. But...
Yeah, okay, if you guys can send me games where you have soloed, and you did a convoy swap more than 5 years before your solo. That's your challenge.
I feel like it happens with Turkey sometimes. If you want to get Bulgaria, like if you have to push out into Bulgaria with whatever unit you have, right? Sometimes it's got to be the fleet, and then you want to get the fleet out of there. Then the convoy swap is effective.
Absolutely. No, convoy swaps are not never useful. I just send me the games of you doing it. I want to see them.
Would be quite interesting to do a highlight of those. How's everyone liked the stream? This is true.
Oh my god! Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Leave a comment. Hit the bell. We're not getting bigger than Veilfisk anytime soon, but that's the type of momentum. We've got the ball rolling on our side. Join the Discord. Tweet about us. Hashtag DiploStrats.
Yes.
Make it trend. Let's go viral. Oh god. I can't even.
That will make us proper influencers. Yeah, the first diplomacy influencers. Oh my god.
10 years from now?
God.
Sick. Wow, you guys actually are all giving hearts. That's great.
It's fantastic.
Sick. Alright, builds. What's off the board for France?
How's the build happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Picardy off the board. Army Venice. Okay. Fleet London. 2 builds, one disband. Did something get popped and I missed it?
Wait, which power was going?
There's 2 builds and only 1 disband.
Budapest got popped.
Turkey popped Budapest. Yep. That's right. Who the hell is Keemster?
Oh god, it's a pretty horrible individual. I'm not going to talk about that person on stream. But yeah,
All right, great. Understood. Ezio gets paid an exposure.
This is true. Every time I hit the add button, Ezio gets more exposure. This is,
Yeah, I'm glad that's how it works. Oh, God. Alright. Diplomacy influencer sounds like ambassador, but they... Yep, that's good. Oh, my lord.
Amazing. Sorry, we have derailed this so much.
Of course we've derailed it. We're, whatever, 3.5 hours in, and we're only in winter of '05?
This is true. This is
Oh,
gonna end at
man.
like 4 a.m. for me, isn't it?
Oh, jeez. We're going late.
I
All right,
actually love it because I was half expecting that we'd have a I was actually fully expecting that we'd have a very clear winner by this point, because on most top boards that we commentate, there is like some level of everyone on that board, or most people on that board, have been on a top board before and know how to play to counterbalance people and to keep it interesting. But this one, it's a lot of people's first top boards. In fact, I think it might be everyone's first top board, maybe apart from Tim. And yet, it's still this close game
really
where we
well
can't
balanced.
call. Yeah, we can't
Yeah,
call.
full credit to Italy, I'll say. I think Italy has played a fantastic game in third place
Yes.
of keeping everybody from dying.
Hell
And
yes.
England getting knocked down to stay alive, still fighting here, right? That'd be great. And then, like, Turkey didn't get too big at any point to start crushing. Russia looked like they were gonna get annihilated, then looked like they were getting bigger and has fought back, and then now getting coalitioned again a little bit, but maybe they're not actually dead. And then France, oh sweet France. We'll see how things go.
It is-
Okay, we need to do power rankings. I actually want to do power rankings this year because it's exciting, right?
I agree.
So England is on the bottom again, still, but
They're like, I'm gonna move them a pixel higher.
yeah, the arrow is pointing up, straight up for England. Then next is Italy again, right? But like Italy's feeling good because
Yeah, I'm moving
Turkey's
Italy
only
a
on
pixel
7
higher
now.
as well.
their fleets have moved away. Fleet in France moved away, and France is now maybe under pressure in the north. Like, Italy did a good job propping France up, but that's not enough to keep them fully safe. Ezio wanting to do power rankings. Yeah, I know. Normally I hate power rankings, but this turn it's so this is a very exciting turn. And these power rankings are big despite not being super crazy and super whack. You don't hate England here. I don't hate England either. Like being small but building and having your home island secure, having a neighbor, Russia, who needs to work with you and isn't really going to attack you, it's a great place to be. And then Turkey did a good job getting Italy back on side. Turkey's feeling good. Do we currently have Russia ahead of or behind Turkey on our current power rankings, Captain?
So we've got our current ones were France, Turkey, then Russia, then Italy, then England.
Do you think Turkey's still above Russia?
Oh my god, I was gonna say obviously, and then I looked at the board and I'm like, no. Like, look at this position. We were saying a turn ago, someone said in the chat, Turkey doesn't have enough armies. And I said, that's fine, because Turkey's negotiations have meant there's nothing next to them in the Austrian front. If you, like, there was one unit total adjacent to them, and they were sitting pretty there. And now you look at this, and you're like, okay, they have two armies on the Austrian front, and everywhere adjacent to them is filled, except for Albania and Ionian. And, like, Albania is probably going to be filled this coming turn. So, suddenly this is really, really bad. They do have too many fleets on this front because they're now on the defensive, and their negotiations have now fallen apart. I don't know what to think here in terms of who to put above who. I still think Turkey might be stronger. But God, it's so difficult. It's so incredibly difficult. Because what is going to happen in the north, right? Is France going to be able to keep pressuring Russia? Or has this England build behind them meant that they're going to have to turn around? In which case, Russia is significantly stronger all of a sudden. God. Ezio, it's your job. You're the one who has to decide on this. I can't.
Turkey ahead of Russia because Turkey's in the corner power.
Yes.
Milky, what did you tell me?
This was the Turkey has too many fleets, I think. So you're saying Turkey ahead of Russia. Is Turkey ahead of France? That England being on the defensive is so hard.
Yes, Turkey's ahead of France. And Russia's ahead of France.
I should say, you can, if you're listening in, you can still type comments saying, you know, I don't know, turn's gone through or whatever. Just don't mention anything about any negotiations that are happening or any strategies that people might have if you're listening.
Or like, hey, we're missing something and there's some things that are very off, right? Even though that's KG and doesn't explicitly spoil stuff.
Yes.
Please keep that all out of here. No talking. If you are in the channel there hearing their negotiations. I don't know if we still have. There was a group of people that were in voice chat once upon a time that were just talking about the game. And like, if you're that's fine. Happy to have you guys talking here, just like this live chat. But I really don't want any information from those chats being exposed for any reason.
I think everyone's hopped out of general at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. I will take the opportunity again to plug for anyone who wasn't here earlier in the live stream. There is a DiploStrats Discord server. It's pinned in the chat, or it's in the video description. You can... Why did we give that a thumbs down, Ezio? It's not...
Look, man, it's because on Discord, when I do thumbs, the autocomplete is thumbs up, and on YouTube, when I do the thumbs, the autocomplete was the thumbs down.
Amazing. Okay, anyway, there is a link to the DiploStrats Discord. That is where this game is being played. If you do want to listen in on player negotiations, you can. Just don't talk to anyone about them. Make sure you're on mute for the entirety of the time you're there, and make sure that you have spectator in your nickname.
Yeah, pretend you're like a ghost, a spectral ghost that can't interact with anything in real life or say anything. Until the game is done, when you become resurrected, and we can do the seance.
Yes, Ezio, you haven't made a call on the power rankings.
I thought I did. I thought that it's France 3, Russia 2, Turkey 1.
Okay, France down. Right.
Just remember the right thumb. Yeah, guys, it's a skill issue. I'm sorry. Oh,
amazing.
Man.
Okay.
Ghost of Germany's past. Yeah, if you're an eliminated player, I'm okay with you saying things because people can do that in real life.
Yes.
Whatever.
All right. I should say as well,
So we have
I think I briefly saw this in the Discord that Germany was streaming their perspective on these qualifying games and on the game. So that might be a thing to watch afterwards. I think it includes voice chats and stuff. It's pretty cool. But yeah.
That'd be sick. Also insane. God, yeah, imagine if I was playing a game of diplomacy live right here, and then anyone just like walks in. Ooh, I wonder what Ezio is doing this turn. I don't know.
This game is happening right now. Yes.
Yeah, this game is. No, this is Uber Live, Fan I Am. They are in the game right now. We are sitting here spamming refresh once the adjudication is up. And I think we got 2 minutes till the next adjudication.
Yes, and I'm actually the GM, so if they call for a draw, you will hear them all in voice chat as I jump in there and ask them for their draw votes. So, yeah, this is very much live.
Yep, and the qualifiers were earlier today.
Yes.
So we've played 2 rounds of this tournament. We had 1 round where we saw who did the best, and then everyone who won their games in the first round now go to this one.
Yes.
All right, good night, Flair. We gotta be awake and ready to adjudicate the chaos. Because, yeah.
And this is so their qualifiers were 6 hours long, right? Or except for Germany, I think finished like 3 hours earlier because of how dominant of a performance they had. So then then they had like between an hour and 45-minute break depending on when their game ended, and then they're straight into this one. So this is going to be a long time for them, and it's worth pointing out that some of them may be getting fatigued in terms of I don't know if it's something that I experience. Like usually when I play a lot of diplomacy games in a row, I'm like still running off of the adrenaline somehow on the later on, I tend to do even better, right? Because I'm just in the diplomacy mindset, and then after the game, I will just collapse and sleep for 24 hours. But these individuals have been playing for a very long time, and very well done, and thank you for them for being willing to do that. Yes. So, what were we talking about?
We did power rankings. We were gonna look at the turn, trying to I don't do any analysis of the future of this turn, like who's taking what.
Yeah.
It looks like Sev is gonna get forced. Other than that, got no clue.
Yeah. Does Army Venice go for Marseille again?
Uh,
I don't think it ever
Not
gets
necessary.
in, right?
I don't think it's necessary, and I think France is under enough pressure as is.
But, like, the fact that France is under pressure means that these units might be heading north, right? Or Spain, at least, was probably headed to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Suddenly you might have an opening. But yeah.
Yeah, Chris, live diplomacy would be really tough, but trying to do edits, the diplomacy network does more editing, I think, than we do, and trying to get an insert live would be really tough to make. You'd need to have somebody managing the stream, and that sounds really tough as opposed to just streaming everything we see, which is what I assume what CaptainMeme is doing.
Yeah, exactly. Could you do a game in future where everyone is a guaranteed noob except one of you is secretly playing and the players have to figure it out? That would be hard in voice, for obvious reasons.
We haven't played with one of those the voice adjusters.
Okay, real talk. If Veilfisk ever contacts me asking to do a collaboration or something, if we somehow achieve the heights of being relevant,
No way.
I would very happily sit sending him orders for his games and give him the professional moveset every turn without his friends realizing. I feel like that would be a fun thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we've been talking about the fun content where one of us writes orders and the other one does negotiation, but the person who writes the orders doesn't see the negotiation.
Yes.
Doing something like that for Veilfisk would be hilarious because he would have no control for what gets put in, right?
Would be fantastic. But yeah.
Yes, I don't anticipate doing any collabs with Veilfisk anytime soon. And by anytime soon, I mean in this lifetime.
I should say we are absolutely blessed that Veilfisk did the videos that he did, because diplomacy is such a hard thing to make accessible to a general audience. The rules make sense if you've played it, but they're really hard to explain in a very short, concise way, and the amount of effort he put into those videos, absolutely incredible. And the fact that they're as accessible as they are is incredible, but I know it took a hell of a lot of work on each of them, so I don't think it will happen very often.
Mr. Beast to record a game.
Oh
See,
my God,
yeah, why don't we just get Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Obama, Taylor Swift. Who else would be in your game of diplomacy?
Is this the Media Wars 5 lineup? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. We got Veilfisk, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, and Obama.
Well, we have to have a balanced political spectrum, so I think if Obama is coming, we have to invite Trump as well.
How about Putin? We could do Putin.
Oh, yeah. God.
Then, Oh, and then you and me. Yeah, for 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Nice and balanced.
Yes, I'm glad we'd be getting the crossover audience from Putin, all the exposure that we... Oh my God.
Right, great. Orders are in. Let's go look at orders.
Orders. This is going so off the rails.
Orders in spring. Okay.
Nothing happened.
So.
Okay, a little bit happened. Italy didn't go against Turkey, which is super interesting to me. I thought they were absolutely going to do that.
No, they're going to take...
Turkey got offered the support to Budapest, which would have worked, but I think Turkey didn't trust that it was actually happening. This is... curious.
Putin and diplomacy. Recipe for disaster.
Oh my god.
Putin
The moment
playing
we
France.
mentioned Putin, the
Still
audience
makes you
dropped
cry.
from 100 to 67. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we know what the algorithm wants.
Incredible. Okay, so let's not mention that again. So the support from Trieste from Serbia up to Budapest is interesting. The fact that it was declined. I don't think Turkey thought that that was a real thing that was going to happen. I think they thought that Italy was faking the mouse on that. But Italy was being true to their word. They're going anti-Russia. So yeah. Oh, the drop has disappeared from the stream thing now. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, what else interesting is happening here? Everything bounced. Everything bounced apart from this these moves here and this move into Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Yep. So yeah, Italy made progress into Bohemia, and nobody else did anything. Spain to Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Yes. And some of these bounces were arranged. I'm 100% sure that Greece sporting Aegean into Ionian and Naples sporting Tunis into Ionian. That was an arranged bounce between them. This bounce with the English player, I don't think was arranged, right?
The one over English Channel?
Although,
Nah, I don't
actually,
think so.
England is trying to support Re into Kiel at the same time. So maybe it was. That's kind of interesting. There is a comment saying, didn't JFK play diplomacy with Kissinger in the White House? No, that is a myth and it has been debunked. But it is something that Avalon Hill used to use to advertise the game. They said it was Kissinger's favorite game and JFK's favorite game. The Diplomacy Games podcast have done a really interesting deep dive into it, but you have to watch like 7 different episodes or listen to 7 different of their episodes. Sorry, my mind is screwed and putting all the words in the wrong order. You have to listen to 7 of their episodes that are all like at various different times and have no links between them to just hear the entire story of it. But they reached out to a guy called Giles Brandreth, who's pretty well known here in the UK, who wrote an article in a Puzzles magazine from 1960 saying that Kissinger had said that it was his favorite game. And Giles replied to them saying, hey, thanks for reaching out. I don't actually remember the specifics of a conversation that happened 60 years ago or something, but I don't think it's the truth. Basically, he was basically, he didn't quite say it, but he basically said, I made this up. And the JFK thing is supposedly because the nephew of Nixon or something played it, not at the White House. And in newspapers, that morphed into, like, politicians played, like, someone related to the president played this, therefore it happened at the White House, therefore JFK was involved, and then they wrote some articles involving it. But both things are not true. Neither of them played diplomacy, as far as we're aware. So, that is...
Alright, Captain Meme,
Little
you
FYI
understand
for
we're a
you.
diplomacy channel, right?
Yes.
So Nixon played JFK diplomacy in the White House, right?
Oh, that is true. Yeah, of course. It was, they played it every day for the entirety of their time in the White House. It made them the best presidents that have ever been, of course.
Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page about that. That's
Yep,
that's
I
great.
think JFK was actually playing diplomacy while going through Dallas in the back of his car. This is a lesser-known fact. It's captured in some of the photo shoots, but they edit it all out because they don't want you to know the truth.
Yeah, they don't want everyone to be playing diplomacy like that because they'll know that it's going to turn us into an educated mass. And the educated masses is not what the ruling elite wants. So, play diplomacy, fellas. It'll keep the government scared
Yes.
of you.
Oh my god, YouTube is going to demonetize this so hard. You're not allowed to mention conspiracy theories in YouTube videos. This is
I didn't know that.
I mean, at least if you talk about stuff like JFK, it puts a big warning on the bottom of your video saying this is the real information. So I assume that comes with demonetization. I haven't actually tested it.
Yeah, because we haven't talked too much about conspiracy theories.
Uh, what are we doing? We're not talking about the game at all.
It's the game. Look, nothing moved. What do you want us to say? All of our analysis from the last round, we're gonna rehash it this round.
This is true. Nothing is happening right now. People are on the defensive. The important thing is that Italy chose a side and chose to slide against Russia, which I think increases Turkey's chances a lot.
Yeah, who knows what's gonna happen this turn?
Mm-hmm.
If they're anything like you, CaptainMeme, we're gonna see Italy go and flip-floppy again.
I would have gone to Albania here. I don't know what Italy wants to do. I mean, if Italy gets enough of a whole... Oh, you know what would be really funny? If Italy takes Munich. No.
I mean, I think it's going to, right?
But they got French support.
Russia into Munich.
They wouldn't do something like that.
Why not?
Generalissimo says new turn source, I made it up. I'm not sure I trust that. This is I indeed do not trust that because it's not true. This is now I'm very sad.
Here before the commentary fact check.
Yeah, the assassination was not technically against the 1959 rules. I love it.
When did diplomacy come out?
1959. That was the original rule set of diplomacy. It released in a... So these are... I'm gonna give random bits of trivia, because, like, that's what we have to talk about. It released in a self-published print run, initially of, I think, 100 copies, directly from Alan Kalhammer, who was the creator, because he took it to a bunch of companies, and they all said, no one is ever going to play this. So... He made those 100 copies.
Little did those publishers know.
Yeah, he made those 100 copies. He sold them somehow. I don't know. It got popular enough to gain cult status, and then it got a proper run two years later. Someone picked it up. So very cool that he tried, because this is this has come of it, and now we have a and now there are official diplomacy influencers.
Oh, we're official diplomacy influencers now.
Yes.
Yes.
We have been officially designated as influencers by what's the official influencer like? I know engineers have their own certification body, right? What's the one of those for influencers?
Well, there's the little blue verified thing on Twitter that you can pay money for now, so that doesn't count. There's once we get sponsored by either the NordVPN or HelloFresh or what's the game that everyone sees the ads for all the time?
Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends. Once we get sponsored by one of those three, we'll be influencers. Not until then.
What about the Gary Gygax trivia? Yeah, I can mention that. In fact, I feel like there's more to the story, but Gary Gygax, the creator of D&D, was an avid diplomacy player. That is, and I feel like I remember someone mentioning... This is going to be misinformation. It's probably not true. I feel like I remember someone
Gygax loved diplomacy.
No, he absolutely did love diplomacy. I feel like I remember someone mentioning that he met one of the other D&D creators through diplomacy. But that might be misinformation, and that probably is misinformation. After making me watch the whole 4 seasons of Korean TV show Genius. Yes! Someone watched it! That is the best TV show in existence. Thank you for
Oh,
following my advice
no.
on that.
I'm so sorry. I had no part in this.
I love the Genius. It's so good, and the UK is getting their own version. I don't think I'm technically allowed to. No, I'm not gonna say anything about it. But yeah, the UK got their own version of the Genius. It is being now like the main antagonist or whatever is David Tennant, who I grew up watching as Doctor Who. It's incredible. Like just. I'm looking forward to it so much. For those who are not aware of what I'm talking about at all, we do have a video on me playing a Genius game where Ezio is criticizing my every move because they're all very dumb moves. But it is a Korean TV show where basically the participants just play board games against each other as elimination things. Where do I watch this show? That is a very good question and one I can't give the answer to legally, I think.
Borat, what's your question about how Rum doesn't support with 2 supports on it? Are you asking why Rum didn't support Armenia to Sevastopol, or do you have another question? Because if you elaborate it, we can go into some of the explanation there. But this was adjudicated properly, I can promise. You loved the show. You're right, the Netherlands got a version, but it was a poor in comparison.
I actually really liked the Netherlands version. I think that the players played a little bit better than in some of the Korean shows. The problem was it just wasn't as well, edited together. The Netherlands one you can actually watch legally. It's on YouTube. So I think the people who subtitle it are called Baechu Squad or something, spelled Baechu Squad. So. Yeah, that's a nice place to go to watch it. Not as good as the Korean version, but it is very good. I don't really get what Ouroborat's question means either. I don't get how Rum doesn't support with 2 supports on it. Did it misorder black to Savas? It got cut is the important thing here. Galicia cut Romania, and therefore Armenia doesn't get in because it's a 2-on-2 here.
Yeah, but maybe we'll see something. All right, Andrew, does England switch to helping Russia now? Yeah, I would assume so. Except Holland is a tough one because if France decides to take Holland from you, you can't hold it even with Russia's support. So your only hope with the army and with the fleet in Holland is to do something to keep France on side. And by attacking English Channel, you also make it harder for France to attack Holland. So I think you keep doing this as England here, and you hope that something changes somewhere. It won't.
Okay, actually, I have just received the crucial bit of information about Gary Gygax. Thank you, Justin, for I think it's Justin for sending me the message. Supposedly, the first game of diplomacy, the first game of Dungeons and Dragons ever played was played at a diplomacy convention in 1972. And the source on that is Eddie Besson. So that is a really fun piece of trivia. And yeah, that's extremely cool. Yes. At our monthly Dip Club game here in Canberra, Jamal told everyone about this channel where one guy submitted orders blindfolded. Yeah. That was a super fun video to do, actually. I was still very impressed by your performance in that.
Nice. Mm-hmm. That's sick. I'm glad people are talking about it. That's great.
Yes. Fun thing, I'm trying to arrange a version of that where there are 7 players who are all blindfolded and playing Gunboat against each other. It should happen, hopefully, next month. We'll see. It depends when I can get everyone around. But yeah. I do agree that the Dutch version of the Genius was had some problems with the atmosphere as well. Like, it was very clear that there wasn't as much budget. It maybe wasn't. The Korean version is just a lot better in a lot of respects. But the Dutch version is available to watch for free. So
Yeah, so Ouroboros, an army will have its support cut if it gets attacked, period. So in this case, Romania supporting the attack into Sevastopol, it does not matter. That support was cut because Galicia attacked Romania. It does not matter that Romania was support held. Those supports have no relevance to whether or not Romania is able to support the attack into something else. That's completely irrelevant. And
yes.
Captain Meme, turn
So
the boards up.
I will move to the next turn in a second. I just want to say there is an exception to that, which is a unit can't cut support against itself, right? Unless it dislodges the unit it's attacking. I find the intuitive way to think about it is a unit that's supporting is attempting to focus its attention on one region, right? If it gets attacked from somewhere else, it has to divert that focus. It doesn't matter if it's being support held or anything. It's getting distracted from what it was supposed to be doing, so it does get cut.
Yeah, but if it's already focusing on the one spot, right? If I'm already looking at Ukraine, doesn't matter that Ukraine attacks me, I can still help the attack in Ukraine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, good way to think about it.
Shall we go ahead to Fall 06?
Let's see it.
Alright. Fall 1906. That is winter 1906.
Oh
Here
my
we go.
god, Italy didn't bounce an Ionian.
No! Italy, why do you do this? Why play with my hearts like this? You're my
Not
wild
leaving
card.
enough time. Not leaving. I mean, hey, at least your wild card's still in the game.
This is true. um, so, yeah, obviously we would have wanted to see Naples and Tunis bounce this. I assume this had to have been an agreed self-bounce like the last turn, but Italy just didn't do it in time, didn't change their orders in time, or whatever they were trying to do. It is super important to put these kind of orders that you're 100% sure you're going to do anyway in at the start of your turn.
Okay, but what if this is a level bait and Turkey is going to move out from Ionian into Aegean, and then I can move into Ionian after?
Oh my god, that would be genius. You're like, oh, hang on, sorry, I misordered, you gotta go back, and then you trust Turkey to go back because they've kept their word on that before, and you just follow them in, and you couldn't have gotten it any other way. That would be amazing. I love it. Alright.
The things you can do and people believe you. Why does nobody believe me? Ezio rages.
Right, so Italy
right.
is still pressing their attack against Russia, and that is very good for Turkey, who is just going to walk into Sevastopol. And Turkey supports hold Budapest. Wait, so did they convince Italy to hold? Maybe they did. That is a crucial support. Like, that is saying very strongly, I am not on side with you anymore, Italy.
If that's a stab... I mean, look, I wouldn't have stabbed Italy here as Turkey like this.
But then you wouldn't have thought
But,
you
like,
could get into Ionian, right?
True. Yeah, and also, like, you're not gonna get much more from Russia from here, right?
Yeah.
But, like, I want to get another army in Greece before I make this stab. Or, like, if I'm doing this, I would be moving Bulgaria back to Khan.
Yes. That for sure. This,
I don't think this is, like... I think this is Turkey being annoying and being like, hey, I don't want you to take Budapest because reasons. Or I can claim a misordered, because it could have been a misorder, meant to support Trieste at Budapest.
that is something you could claim, and that would be very untrue.
It might be.
But
Dude,
yeah,
misorders happen. They're real.
no,
I don't use this interface.
Not this misorder. This is very deliberate. I
But,
agree
like,
with
okay,
Jake.
if I were stabbing, right? But if I were stabbing, think of all the different things I would have done too, right? I would have moved Bulgaria back, right? Greece could have gone to Albania, right? I could have supported Russia into Trieste, like.
I don't know. That is a deliberate support hold. There is no way
Okay.
anyone can convince me that is not a deliberate support hold. Whether he is saying that it was a misorder is a question.
Right. Like, what's the country for Turkey? Who's playing Turkey?
This is Tim, right? The
Yeah.
he was the player who played Austria in Game 4 in the
Yeah.
qualifiers. The 3v3 game. So
Yeah, I just need. I'm gonna write a message to him for after the game.
you're gonna ask him. That was not a misorder. You don't enter that. Like that is impossible to misorder. The outsource whether it was deliberate or not to chat. Okay, chat, your voice. Was it a misorder? Was it not a misorder? This is But yeah. No, I agree, Hansa. If this was a stab against Italy and they predicted that, and they'd arranged that the Italian fleets were holding, then yeah, Greece to Albania is a better move here. Is it actually a better move? The problem with Greece to Albania is that it puts your fleet in range of being tapped by Trieste. And that means that you can't actually hold Ionian Sea if you want to. You can't support hold it because you get cut. You can get cut on that. So keeping it in Greece actually has some benefits. And also, like, I really like keeping the support on here just in case your attempts to convince Italy to hold fail. And therefore, you are at least keeping them out of Ionian and away from you. There is no way it was a misorder. I agree. Thank you, chat, for taking my side on this one. God, I feel like such an influencer saying chat.
I don't think anyone. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little sauce.
Yeah, I don't know about Ion, but I think Turkey promised to support Budapest as a way to get Galicia to move, versus Italy, but rather than Romania. Oh, I see. So Chris in the chat is saying that Turkey traded this support for Russia not attacking Romania, which makes sense, right? It is this gives Russia a decent chance of taking Vienna. They didn't actually manage to, but it was a shot. And if it gets them not to tap Romania, that's great because then you take Sevastopol off them. Right. Fleet Ionian to Adriatic. I think Fleet Ionian is better going to Tyrrhenian? Maybe Adriatic is correct, I don't know. Whenever I'm Turkey in this position, I want to funnel these fleets through as much as possible, so like push forward into this area, because if you go up into Adriatic, that's an area you can kind of take with armies anyway. Maybe this is the situation where you need the extra fleet to crack that, but it still feels bad sticking a fleet there, because then if the enemy gets into Ionian, that fleet is stuck. You've got two stuck over here, and so you've got one fleet defending yourself against the Italian advance. That's where it can go really wrong. Ezio, you still here? I've been talking non-stop for a while.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
We're just looking at this, trying to decide if it's real or not, because it might affect how Turkey moves in the near future. Because if Turkey is intending to, like, call it off with Russia from here and now push against Italy, it's very different versus if Turkey is going to continue pushing north and try to take Moscow next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like as Turkey you do just want to push though, right? You want to get the builds and win. But maybe it's... See, the main reason I wouldn't want to push is that then I get coalition, but as Turkey, are you really that worried about that? Coalition isn't too bad for you, right?
From here? Probably not, no.
But yeah.
Like, who's going to coalition you if you're taking centers off Russia?
Italy. That's it.
Okay.
That's not
So
gonna...
I support whole Ionian Sea.
Yes, it's not gonna be effective at all. So, yeah. I'd be pretty damn happy as Turkey here. Yeah. Right. Have we talked any about what happened in the north? I don't think we have, right?
Nope.
This attack into Edinburgh is actually kind of important.
Yep.
Because the French pick up a centre for one, but they also have definitely annoyed the English now.
Yep. France goes +1 here. So what's England to spend?
Ooh, that's tough.
Right. They're all critical. I think it's got to be Fleet
I want
Holland.
Yeah, Holland off.
Yeah.
Because...
But it's just like, then you're losing Holland, and are you retaking Eddie? Like,
no, probably not. Unless the Russian fleet actually mobilizes and then taps Norwegian for you, which is a possibility.
yeah, it's a real chance.
It is interesting that England is now in the Irish Sea, right? Because now they're threatening Mid-Atlantic Ocean. That is quite an important province. Unfortunately for England, France got a build off of Edinburgh, and so we'll put down Fleet Brest to defend that possibility. But it is some pressure that you've got here. And if Turkey takes the pressure off of Italy, maybe you can convince Italy to come help you. I don't know. It's really tough. Yeah. It's possible Turkey tried to manipulate both Italy and Russia into fighting one another while picking up position and centers on either side. It absolutely does look like that's what happened, given that Italy and Russia both attacked each other. The question is really how transparent is that after the fact, right? Are they going to go to each other and say, hey, Turkey is playing both sides? And then try and team up against Turkey? But is there even much you can do against this Turkey now? Yeah. I think the one blessing for Russia-Italy, if they do manage to get on the same page and go against Turkey, is that Turkey still only has those two armies in the Balkans. And therefore, their defense is really weak here, especially in Serbia. It's incredibly weak. So if Russia-Italy do decide to attack together, they can take that immediately and then try and push in. But the army getting out of Sevastopol is huge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
I agree. Yep.
Right.
Good analysis. Alright. Builds. Builds are in.
Okay.
Oh, power rankings. Alright, show builds and we'll do power rankings, seeing builds.
Okay, so Irish Sea off. What?
Sure.
So
Liverpool's for suckers.
I mean, yeah, all of them were kind of it was a really difficult decision between them, but I think the problem with Holland is that it can quite easily get blown up even with the unit there, so that would have been my choice to take off. There wasn't a good choice for England between that.
Yep, they're all critical.
Fleet Brest build, defending against this English-Irish Sea, not really needed there anymore, so it can push forward.
I mean, also Fleet North Sea, it can go to English Channel and be a pain. Right, if you're attacking England, you just want Fleet Brest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god. So,
yep.
We've got
Fleet Smyrna.
Fleet Smyrna, yeah. I am just looking at the Discord channel right now, and one of our spectators, called Captain Gaming, so thank you for doing this, has posted an SC list of the past amount of SCs that each power has had, right? Which is actually really important in this game because we're using a countback tiebreaker. So if two players end on the same number of SCs, we will go back to the year before and then differentiate between them by how many SCs they had the year before. And it's actually pointed something out really interesting to me, which is that in 1906, which is now, Turkey and France have 8 censors each. In 1905, they have 7 censors each. In 1904, they have 8 censors each. We have to go all the way back to 1903 before France wins that tiebreaker. So, they have been neck and neck for a very long time. But a very important thing is France has the tiebreak on Turkey right now if this state of affairs continues of them gaining at the same rate. Importantly, Russia is actually winning right now. They have one more dot than either of the other two. So that is just a side note. But
but Russia lost the dot. They went down one, whereas the other two went up one. So they're really winning.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I think I could see Russia going down more in this situation. Especially because France is stabilized, right? That threat that was there a turn ago about England gaining their power back, that was really benefiting Russia, and now it's kind of disappeared. So yeah.
Yep, Italy just breaking the balance of power in Germany by enough with that one support to let France out of the box.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, power rankings. What is your opinion on them?
Back to Turkey number 1 and France number 2.
Yeah, I think I agree. Russia has dropped to 3 just because they are struggling to hold on to their gains, although it's important to note their push out in the north is what's kept them in this game, and it's a very that was a very good strategy to have. It's just kind of falling apart now. And then we've got Italy and England still in the same place down at the bottom, right?
Yep.
England, I'm going to move
England back down that pixel.
Down a pixel, yeah. Italy, I don't know if they've lost the pixel. I think they keep the pixel despite the Fleet Ionian. I think they could make gains here.
Yeah, they're doing okay still.
Yeah. So, well deserved. You can keep that pixel, Italy. But yeah, so Turkey first, France second. I don't like the spacing there, so I'll move that. Russia third, Italy fourth, and England fifth. I do want to also say very well done to England for actually fighting and staying in this game as long as they have.
Getting a build as England after getting knocked back to just your initial 3 is usually a huge challenge, and they managed it. Obviously, it's not looking great again, but still.
Yes. The England not coaxing Russia into using Fleet St. Petersburg is rough. Yeah, we were praising that fleet an hour ago maybe, saying, look, it might actually end up being useful that they built this fleet here because it might be able to get mobilized. But it is...
And it still can.
It's still in St. Petersburg.
This is the point. Yeah, but this is the point. Now that England is in the North Sea, and if we expect England to not be attacking Russia, then Fleet St. Pete can actually move to Barents Sea and be useful. Whereas Army St. Pete could not do that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, fair enough. But I think the fact that Turkey is now in Sevastopol means that it would have been better being an army all along. That's my read.
Mm-hmm.
Because Russia doesn't lose Sevastopol if they have an army Moscow here, right? No, they still have to have that unit in St. Petersburg to defend Norway.
Support
so I guess,
Norway, yeah.
I guess, yeah, this doesn't happen. Right. So, how long do we have to talk about the builds until we've got the next phase? Wait, we have the next phase.
Is in.
Oh my god. Okay.
Phrase B.
Spring 1907. Let's go.
And England is working with France against Kiel still. And Turkey is stabbing Italy. Hardcore here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real stab. You're not misordering that.
Yes. They kept Italy out of Budapest at the same time. That is painful for the Italian.
And Russia's into Galicia from Ukraine. And There's now a fleet in St. Peters in Norway from St. Petersburg,
Oh my
so
god,
that can be useful.
it mobilized. It did
But then
mobilize.
England retreated into Skagerrak?
Hmm. Well, they only had Skagerrak and Heligoland Bight as choices, right? I feel like actually you would want Heligoland Bight just so that you could coordinate with your other fleet, right? If you're trying to take
Yeah,
Kiel.
to support hold Holland or take Kiel.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you can still cut Denmark, I guess, but
Hmm.
hmm.
Yeah. I'm wondering what England's endgame is here, or what England is looking to do. I was very surprised they didn't like go for revenge against France in this moment.
Yeah,
That
I was expecting England to work with Russia here. Absolutely.
Uh, actually, important tactical note here: the English player could have attacked Edinburgh with two and taken it, right? But if they do that, because this English Channel fleet goes into London at the same time, they do still end up losing the centre. It's just a trade 1-for-1. This is actually a super important tactic in diplomacy when you're just caring about supply centres and not which supply centres. You need to keep your build numbers up. It's just as effective to attack somewhere else as it is to defend the place that you've already got, right? So this kind of move is very, very good. Moving English Channel to London to make sure this army has to be doing something else, and so you get in if they decide to take the attack on Edinburgh.
Usually you want to tell them when you're doing this, otherwise they get pissed at you,
Yes.
but it's not strictly necessary. It's just useful for tactics if you're trying to fight. It can be quite relevant.
Yes. And especially in like blitz games or something where you're just going for center counts after a certain end towards the end of the game, it's not very important what your position is at the very end as long as you have the centers. So just attacking everything you can is perfectly valid, and not defending anything as long as you're distracting enough units with your attacks, right?
And as long as you pay attention to it, yep.
Yes, you do have to do it smartly. This Turkish unit in Tyrrhenian is going to get a free walk-in into Rome, which is
Yep.
painful for the Italian. Very, very painful.
Yep.
And honestly, painful for all of the board that isn't Turkey, because
Yep.
Turkey is getting even stronger.
Yep. It looks pretty difficult to stop Turkey now.
Yes. The important thing is Turkey does not have any power over what's going on the other side of the board, right? The extent of their power is they could have let Italy do their thing and cripple France here. They could attack full force into Russia to try and influence the board in that way, right? By weakening Russia. They've decided to just focus on their own side of the board here. Which I think is completely fair to do, but it does mean that there is a chance they get beaten by someone on the other side growing faster. They really want to keep like a nice balance of power between Russia and France, so neither of them getting too bogged down by stabs or anything.
Okay, or bear with me, you just grow really big and then you don't have to worry about however big they get.
But can you do that with Army Serbia, Army Romania, Army Sevastopol only? I guess Fleet Albania is pretty damn important, actually, on that front.
With Fleet Albania, Fleet Tyrrhenian Sea, yeah, you can.
Yes.
Right, I think if you get to like 12, 13, you're gonna win.
England somehow convinces France to let them stab for Belgium. I don't think France is leaving Belgium open this time.
Yeah, it's one thing to leave Belgium open in the fall, and another thing to leave it open in the spring. We're in the spring, so nobody cares. The fall, I mean, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, absolutely true. England could try and walk in here, but I think they're going to get bounced. I think something is going to Belgium. Yeah. So,
Yep, I agree.
I guess,
So, good news for Turkey.
Yes.
We had them as number one of the power rankings, right?
Yes, I think so. Turkey, then
That's good.
France, then Russia, then Italy, then England. I think Italy lose their pixel at the end of this year.
Yep.
But yeah.
We'll see.
Right. So there must be more to discuss for this turn. We've got quite a while to go, I think, until the next one.
Oh yeah, I'm falling asleep.
The
6 p.m. here.
You're falling asleep at 6? It's like 2:30 here.
I've been staring at my screen too much, man. It's getting to my brain. I don't function the way that I'm supposed to anymore.
Okay.
But yes, it's
Fine. Well,
obviously you have it harder, and I don't have any excuse.
no, I mean my sleep schedule is completely broken anyway. It's fine. But yeah. So we have an interesting thoughts on what England is gonna do on this next term. Like, are they gonna support
Like, they
France
hate
somewhere? Are they
Russia
going to?
for some reason. Yeah, so it looks like they're gonna just like tap Sweden, and then let England, let France take Norway.
Or maybe
Or
France
something.
is offering them support into Norway or something. But as France, do you want England to build here? I think the answer is no. So
Yeah, not particularly.
France does have to move the Burgundy army south to deal with Piedmont, right? Unless they negotiate.
I think you can risk that one.
As Italy, I'd probably move into Marseille, regardless. Just because I'm losing Rome.
Turkey's in Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, but I want the build.
You don't want to move back to Venice? Because you're not even building, right?
You are,
just be neutral?
because Galicia
Oh, you
came off the
disbanded
board.
Galicia.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important, being able to build in
Yeah.
Naples. But
I mean, Naples isn't that relevant.
the fact that
like,
it's not guaranteed makes it a really difficult thing to do, yes.
Yeah, if I was guaranteed to build, I'd do it. But no, it's might get bounced. Then, like, I'm gonna move Western Med back to Tyrrhenian Sea anyways. I don't know. I just want to, like, move Piedmont to Tuscany. I'd be like, fine, you take Rome. I guess I'll pop your fleet. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So...
And before Turkey just holds Tyrrhenian Sea and mocks us all.
I think Turkey's playing this interesting tiptoeing game of how much can I get away with without them throwing this to someone else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting going into the end game. Indeed. It feels like we've lost the high energy commentary now because they're not doing enough in the turn. Should I just go and change it to 10-minute turn timers? I told them I'd do that at some point, potentially.
Oh, yeah. I thought
Yes,
I thought it was going to be 15 minutes for the first 2 years and then 10 minutes for everything after that.
No, it's 15 minutes for the first... For the rest of the tournament, it was actually 15 minutes for almost all of the game.
Oh.
I
Got it.
don't know whether... Oh my god. Okay, I'm just looking at the Discord server now and looking at the conversations, and like there's one spectator in with France and Italy, and there's 4 spectators in with Russia and Turkey. I guess that's the interesting conversation here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty significant to me.
I am so tempted to jump in and listen in, but I'm not going to do that because I didn't tell them that they'd be on the stream, right? I think that might...
Yeah. I wouldn't tell them. I wouldn't go in.
I wouldn't tell them. I'd just go in without letting them know. No. Right. In that case, I'm going to hit the add button because I think it's probably been long enough to warrant a third one. It's been what? Quite a lot of hours. Let's go ahead and press that. So we now have our premium YouTube audience and the ad blockers with us, and the people who just didn't get served ads, which seems to be some people as well.
Yeah, Unsung Hero Rising. It feels like the game is literally slowed down since what it was going on earlier. Like, I don't know if that's just us being tired or me being tired, but I swear to God, these turns are taking longer than they were before.
I think that always happens in the late game, right? Because in our commentaries, we do it at our own speeds, You can see in the videos, because I timestamp most of the videos now by year, which they always we take a long time on the first turn, we take a long time at the second, and like the third and fourth, and then it goes faster and faster and faster and faster towards the end. No, we don't have a donation button. We're not doing donations at the moment. We might at some point in the future if this channel like gets big enough to the point where it becomes a job, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So for now, we're just sticking with the ads. And if you don't like the ads, you can very easily just block them or have YouTube Premium, I guess.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys being here and you guys commentating and watching, and that's really supportive of the channel already, right?
Yes.
Tell your friends about it, so, like, get people to watch and have a good time. But just being here is plenty. Neither CaptainMeme nor I are expecting to get money from this. We love the game. I want to give back to the community, and this is the way to do that. So feel free to be around.
Yeah, 100%. It's so awesome to see so many people enjoying these videos. The reality TV thing, I agree, diplomacy is amazing reality TV, but the problem is exactly what I mentioned earlier with it's just so hard to explain to someone who, you know, in order to make it have mass appeal, you would need a very quick way of explaining the game to people, and I think that's not going to happen. So in reality, the closest thing you're ever going to get to reality TV diplomacy is just Survivor, because it is diplomacy, it's just with less rules, right? They still do all the negotiation, they still have simultaneous order entry when they go up and submit their votes, and simultaneous order reveal. It's basically just diplomacy simplified. Yeah. So
It's man. All right. I'll let that. Fine.
Okay,
fine,
you do. Okay, no. Okay, it is very different to diplomacy in certain ways, right? And we covered that in our Survivor video a fair bit. In that, the big difference between diplomacy and Survivor is that in Survivor you just have to stay alive until the end, and then make a good case for why you should win. Right? In diplomacy, you have to make forward progress in order to win. You can't just stand there and do nothing for the whole game, and then make it to the end and somehow win. You do have to gain dots. Whereas in Survivor, the progress is just not being eliminated. So yeah, this is...
Yep.
Yep.
In diplomacy, there's like a real board, right, where people can be verifiably more powerful than other people. Like, if somebody has 5 centers and somebody has 1, that person with 5 centers is stronger than the person with 1 center. In Survivor, everyone has 1 vote. Everyone has 1 life. People have the immunity idols, but that's it. And so diplomacy, feels so different in that regard.
Yeah.
Advertise diplomacy to Survivor fans. Yes, yes, you should do that.
The secret game mechanics as well. I don't know how. Like, I really love idols. I think they're an amazing thing in Survivor. They make the game so much better. Certain other advantages I wouldn't be as hyped about, and the fact that they add so much to the game without telling people, like warning people in advance. Good TV, not very good for a fair game. But that is what it is. They have to make good TV, right? Nice thing about diplomacy is it's not made for making good TV. We can
we're not here to make good content. That's why we're staring at an empty screen, or with it's the same screen for the last 15 minutes.
Yes,
as CaptainMeme might talk about it.
So really what we should do is implement some special rules right now. Just jump into their chat and say, alright, there's a new type of order. You can now nuke someone's home supply center. And they can't use it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we can start coming up with live... Like, we have a wheel that we spin that changes the rules of the game at various intervals. So it's like, supports can't be issued this phase, or all units must move, or stuff like this. that we just start spinning and each wheel has different stuff. So I think that could be very funny.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Diplomacy with immunity idols. If someone plays an idol, anyone who moved into their territory didn't actually get in. Sure, I like that.
uh, Man. So, Davis's comment: diplomacy, but every 3 years someone is voted out, like in Survivor. Obviously, I don't think it will work in this kind of game because there aren't enough players. But if you had it in the Chaos, the 81-player Chaos game that we're playing, just every 3 years someone gets voted out and immediately dies. That would be hilarious.
And none of their units can move again, right? That'd be great.
The issue, of course, is that the people who would get voted out would be myself and Ezio, because people would go, "Oh, it's a great meme to vote out the YouTubers."
We'd see, but also I think people actually want to see this CaptainMeme, so we'll put some time into this. We'll think about this. The next Media Wars, no, it wouldn't be Media Wars. We would just do this with people in the game.
Okay,
so
genuinely, I do want to. This is completely unrelated to this. This is related to your suggestion earlier of just spinning a wheel and introducing new mechanics. I want to, at some point, run a diplomacy game where there are secret orders that you can enter that no one knows at the start of the game, right? But that do specific things that you wouldn't see in normal diplomacy. I can't give any examples right now because the only ones I've thought of are the ones I would use, which I can't give away. But there would be some mechanic to allow you to discover that. Like, if you did certain achievements, you could unlock knowledge through cards, and then maybe if you know that new order type, right, you get the advantage over everyone else for a turn because you know what that order is, you know how to enter it. But the moment you use it, other people can take guesses on what it does and how to do it too, because you've written that order down and they've seen the result of it. They might not know the exact context or what exactly it did, but they can try and experiment with it now. I think that would be a really cool thing to do. I want to do that at some point. Can I help you make that variant? Which one are you talking about? I don't know how long ago the stream is. But yeah, I would be very interested in hearing people's ideas for that kind of thing. Because it's very much a thing that I think would be helped by a bit of crowdsourcing.
Yeah, I'll stick to the wheel, where we spin a wheel. This phase, there's something weird, right? You're playing a press game. This phase, public press only. Or spin the wheel. This phase, no supports. Yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could make the game spicy and interesting as you get into the end game.
Mm-hmm. But simulate spread of technology. That's an amazing way to put it. So, for example, this is something that I wouldn't do, but if you had, for example, a unit with 2 power instead of 1, that was called a tank, and so the order is just build tank instead of build army or build fleet, then the first person to unlock that knowledge gets a 1-turn advantage because they get to build it when they unlock that knowledge, and then everyone else sees, oh look, there's a tank in the game, let's try building that next turn. And suddenly the technology is spread across the continent. It's great.
Does the tank require 2 supply to maintain?
That would be interesting, right? Because if it does, then people could see that the person built a tank. Or maybe you could pretend that it does so that other people don't build it. That would be great. But yeah, the idea would be that no one gets any... Oh, hang on, I'm getting a request for a draw vote. I will head on over to the game table. Give me a second.
It is winter... It's fall of 07?
Yes, indeed. So I will go through and take the draw vote, and then we'll commentate this phase. Okay.
I don't think
hello, I hear that there has been a draw vote requested. You are live on stream as a heads up, so please no one sweat. Can you all go through to your respective country channels below this, and I will come through and ask you yes or no on the vote. If you all vote yes, the game will end immediately. If any one person votes no, it will not.
Okay.
All right, hello, England. Do you want to draw?
Yes, I'm happy with being in fourth. I don't think I'm getting in third.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, France. Do you want
Hello.
to draw?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Russia. Do you want to draw?
Yes, I accept a draw.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Italy. Do you want to draw?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I fucked up.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, hello, Turkey. Do you want to draw?
I do want to draw.
Okay, understood. The game will end in a draw then. I will go back to the game table.
Having then no.
I thought about it.
Alright,
Like I'm losing
hello
Sweden
everyone.
and St. Pete to you.
Sorry, just 1 second. I can confirm that the game has drawn. I am going to just end it now. I will say congratulations to the player in just a second, because we haven't commentated the last phase yet. So I'm going to drop out of this voice chat and you can all chat again. Thank you very much for playing. Okay, we are going back to the call with Ezio again now. So, hi Ezio.
Hello. What?
Hi. So we haven't done the last phase yet, right? We haven't done the full turn.
Yeah.
So let's go through and commentate that one, and then we'll see who won the game just then.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
It's over. All right. Well, so knowing this is the last turn of the game, whoever wins wins.
Yep. Whoever
And-
wins does indeed win. Well
And
done.
Italy is dead. So Turkey goes +2, and Turkey wins.
Have you moved ahead to the fall, yes or not?
Yes.
Okay, I have not. I'm doing that now.
Yeah.
So, fall 1907. So yeah, Turkey manages to take Trieste, Turkey manages to take Rome, Russia manages to take Vienna at the same time, and Russia loses Norway. So Russia is dead even on 9 centers, Turkey has gone up to 10, and France is still on 8, right? They didn't gain anything?
They convoyed England into Norway.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, wow.
Wow.
Italy managed to get into Eastern Mediterranean here, which is interesting. So I think they were clearly going to try and fight their way back, but I don't see
But
any
being
way
down
that...
to so few units, yeah, it's tough.
It's like, at this point, you wouldn't be fighting for first place, you'd be fighting for best result you can get, and even then I think it's really difficult to get more centers than you have right now. So I do not blame them at all for taking the draw. I am very surprised that both Russia and
France and Russia.
Yeah, because if either of them
Wow.
gains the upper hand in the north, right, then they can outpace Turkey. It doesn't matter how well
And, like,
Turkey's doing.
France is making progress.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They just took Norway. Like, Sweden and Denmark can go. I guess England is building, not France, and so maybe France was concerned about that. But, like, wow.
Okay, so
That's awesome.
France posted draw context for the commentary. Russia said they wouldn't stab Turkey and asked for the draw. So Russia has said that stabbing Turkey was not on the plate for them. Maybe because Turkey saved them from Italy here? And so they want to repay the favor? That's, I mean, I would have liked to see it fought, like, all the way to 1910. On the other hand, it is, like,
I'm good.
20-3.
Yep, I'm good. That's like, I'm surprised that they went with it, but I was dreading being stuck in here for another 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, wow.
Yeah, that is, that is a surprise ending. That's a very surprise ending to me. Of course, I don't know if the players are watching the stream now or not. We said don't comment on the stream until the game ends. So if you are, say hello.
Oh, let's hop into the game table. I want to hear what they have to say.
Can
hear them
you
talk, 'cause they're gonna be
hop
talking
in?
right now.
Can you hop in first and warn them that the stream is about to come in? Or
Yeah.
so you go first. I'll come in like 2 minutes. All right. So the 2 minutes chat. You can have another advertisement. Here you go. 5 seconds. Right. Yes, England does finish ahead of Italy after everything. That is true. Oh my god. Italy went down to 3 on the last turn. This is, impressive. So yeah, I am here on my own, waiting for Ezio to have warned them. Alright, let's go ahead and say hello to the players then. Wait, I'm getting a message from one of them. No, I'm gonna jump in.
Really slow.
Alright, hello everyone. You are on stream
Hello.
again. So, massive congratulations to Tim, first of all. That was an incredible performance. And, like, thank you all for such an amazing game. That was a great one to commentate. Like,
It was an ridiculous game.
yes.
That was definitely crazy.
So for the stream, because they're only hearing the audio, right? They're not seeing who everyone is. I am going to very quickly go through and say your country names, and you can say hello so people know your voices. England, can you say hi?
Hello, I'm England.
All right, so that is Odin. France, can you go ahead and say hi?
Hello, I'm Zach. I played France.
Yeah. Germany.
I risked it all, and if it had worked, it would have been glorious. I'm Evan.
It was quite something to watch. Russia, can you go ahead and say hi?
Hello, I'm Mike, and I played Russia this game.
Okay, and Italy, can you come up and say hi?
Well, I'm Jim. I played Italy.
Okay, and then do we have Austria still? I don't think we have Austria. Austria still.
No,
Okay,
we
so
don't.
Turkey, can you go ahead and say hi?
Hi, I'm Tim, and I played Turkey.
Yes, and Tim is your champion. So now hopefully everyone...
Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a good game. A tough game.
Yes. Oh no! Someone remember the Discord soundboard. This is not going to be good for the stream.
You might react to that.
Righto. So I did want
He
to...
once jumped into my conversation. I was alone in the room, but of course we couldn't talk, so he just played that sound that left.
Amazing. All right, so I do want to know what happened in the draw. Why did it draw there? Anyone can answer.
My understanding is Russia made an announcement that they would never stab Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
So, yeah.
So there was really no point.
Yeah, Russia called for the draw.
Mm-hmm. So Russia, I assume that was on the basis that Turkey had just saved you from Italy, basically, right?
Partly, I figured I'm gonna lose Sweden, St. Peter, possibly Denmark, maybe Kiel. I could take back Munich, maybe Trieste or Vienna, but there's not really much for me to gain, and I didn't think anyone would be able to overtake Tim. Maybe France, if I really help them, but then France is just gonna walk away with the win, and I think Tim already has established a very strong position. He could take Moscow. He could push me more forward and take more of me, and I don't really see anyone else winning at this point.
Yeah, and I have 5 fleets in the south against 2 fleets, and maybe
There is a
4
line.
Yes. I think there was a point at which the commentators the commenters on YouTube were saying Turkey has too many fleets. They can't win this, right?
Yeah,
and then,
it was. I think there was a play. I mean, I think I give up Trieste, but I pick up Naples and Tunis.
Mm-hmm.
my last 2 fleet builds, that was the point to where if I build an army here, I think Micah says, you know what? No. But if I build the fleet, then Micah's like, okay, he's not gonna, he can't advance into me.
Yeah.
So maybe I just call it here.
I think the only play that I could have made was working with Italy and then lying to Tim about how he should not support whole Trieste and then doing a kind of stab there. But also we've stabbed each other so much this game. It's 3:30 in the morning. Like there's
Yeah, we've been
I
playing
felt
for
like this
12
was
hours.
fine.
Yes.
I wanted to comment on the Kiel blockade, by the way. There was a point where you supported into Kiel with Munich, and if you had just tapped Berlin instead, you would have gotten in. You could have tapped Berlin like 3 times. I was yelling to myself, muted. I was like, "Please!"
Wait, where?
Which
like if you look at like Fall of 06, Munich supports Ruhr into Kiel. If you had just tapped Berlin, you would have been fine.
Evan, why did you go crazy right at the start again?
Well, okay,
Did it
so
and it
to
worked,
explain
you just did it again.
to explain myself, I thought I had England fully on board, and apparently I did have England fully on board to attack St. Petersburg. So I thought we were just going to collapse on the north, and then what happened with Austria? I thought Austria was supporting me to Warsaw, so I was like, I'll take Warsaw, and then Austria can keep marching north. England can take the rest, and then I'll solidify. And then they both didn't help. They both stabbed me at the same time there, and just totally didn't do it. At that point, my game was over, and I was like, okay, well.
Yeah, it's that high risk, high reward start, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
It's so high risk you don't see that opening very much. But it was a situation where it could have paid off, I think. Russia was under so much threat on that turn 1 because of the Galicia move as well.
So apparently, England was very, very close to helping me, and I think if they had, I still would have been fine. But like last second, Russia came crying to England, begging, because obviously we're under so much pressure. They were like desperate, and England cracked like right before the turn changed.
I didn't came crying. This is something I have done in a lot of games when I know that, I think I know that Germany is trying to bounce me out of Sweden. Instead, I just let them into Sweden, ask England like convoy to Denmark, and then you have a very strong Russia. England
that was very
opening.
smart. That was a very smart move. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was.
And then Tim tipped me, like, because I actually was gonna support England, I was gonna support you into Sweden.
You were gonna support Denmark into Sweden. I was like, nah, you don't need to do that. Just let it go.
Yes, and he was very right. Yeah. And I think England is getting more out of it than I do, because I'm just losing Sweden, but I was going to lose Sweden anyways, and now I've got an ally and someone that's in a better position to attack Germany than me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also made the really dumb play at one point, which led to England retreating to Munich, which I totally miss happening, which lost me everything.
This was fall 1902, I think. You had
really
Bohemia support Tyrolia to Vienna. We in the commentary box were like, okay, well, that's a great show of affection to Italy, saying I'm more willing to support you into an SC than defend my own.
Yeah, no, that was totally missed the Munich.
But yeah,
in my mind, I was like, retreats can't take points, right?
I was thinking about that. I was looking at Germany. I was like, wait, it was a point if you do this. I was like, fine, was he doing it? But like, aren't you just like killing yourself by doing it?
And then, no, totally missed it.
Yes. Yeah, and in the meantime, France was just walking into everything unopposed on the first few years.
That was unbelievable. I was just like, what are you people doing? I can stop none of this. And I was like, Italy, I'm your absolute best friend.
Well,
I was like, man, just go.
Tim, you got me back on the second half of the game where I was like, I can stop none of this that's happening on the east.
Yeah.
There
were a few.
Also, just a shout out to all those people that have been playing their first games. That is incredible that you even got to this top board and playing like this. Sure, some things went wrong, but wow, you did that.
Yes.
Yeah, Jim. Micah tells me this is your second game.
Oh yeah, this is like, well, the previous game was like my first game, I guess.
Yeah, that's why it's like, wait a minute, this is your first and second game today.
That
Yeah.
is-
Well, yeah.
That was impressive.
I mean, so Italy is just a really tough nation to play in general, right?
It
And
is.
especially when you're stuck between two powerhouses in Turkey and like a France who's getting too big and a Turkey who's getting too big, and you have to decide which of these am I going to try and counterbalance and which of these am I going to like take a stab at and poke and try and take them down a bit and then go back the other way. I think you dealt with that really, really well, especially considering France had a point where they looked like they were running away with it, right? I think France played an incredible game, getting as large as they did, and then it kind of all got retracted back when everyone started attacking them at the same time, right?
Italy had a really impressive poke on France that forced France to move to the south, and it was a really impressive move to make, and then to be able to pull back and then still keep Turkey in check for as long as you did was just exceptional play. I was really impressed with Italy here.
Yes.
Yeah, I was until he took Vienna and let Russia take Budapest.
Another
That I
thing
was
is
a little
just-
upset by, and I was like, "Wait a minute, we're doing so well."
I think that
With
was
the
good
clumsy
play.
top boards, sometimes you just like don't have a chance to win. If other people open towards you, sometimes you just before it really starts. And I think that sort of happened to Italy here. So it was really good play to still actually do well, given that situation.
I agree. I think
And
Italy
there
moving to
being a
Vienna was
second
actually
game.
the best thing Italy could have done in that move.
Yeah, I can't
I should-
disagree.
I should have committed harder to one player. I was just bouncing around alliances. I was just trying to keep everyone in check to not hit me, but I should have actually committed to a player and actually could have probably like ended up in a better place if I actually.
Yeah, see, I thought you had. I thought you had committed to me.
See, I'm not.
No, I felt like I was stuck. I was trying to see what's the best option for me, and I just nothing happened. So I guess inaction made it worse.
I'm not actually sure that's true, right? Because both players on either side of you were so strong at various points that if you fully commit in one direction, then the other one just wins the game. Right, so I think it's a really difficult balancing act. I think there were a couple of points where you maybe had to go in on both of them as opposed to holding on one side and attacking on the other. Which I think was more of what the balancing, like what happened balance-wise, just so that you gain a little bit more. But honestly, the method that you played with balancing both sides was fantastic throughout. Yeah, I did want to look at the North real quick with what happened between England and France, because that was quite the story through the game.
I'd like to know that too. I had no clue.
They're frenemies.
I don't know. I really wanted to work with Russia against France, but there was just no opportunity to do so. So I just had to let France just kill me slowly while trying to get something.
See,
I don't know.
It felt like you were fighting every step of the way, right? And there were certainly points where I think France, like, it looked like France backstabbed you several times during that.
Yeah.
But then France
dozens of times.
France negotiated to get you out of there, or you negotiated to get France out of there some way around, and France just walks past you at points and lets you stay in your home supply centers. And then you nearly punished them hard for that when you built the second fleet, like much later in the game.
Yeah.
That's that was the point where I knew I was going to end up trying to stab Italy, because I was like, okay, well, now that there's an extra English fleet up there, France can't commit, and Italy really doesn't have much defense.
Mm-hmm.
And then then Micah pitches me a great plan. I was like, yeah, I'll definitely go with this.
Yeah, I was hoping I was going to be back in the game after that fleet. Yeah.
The one thing that got me in the north was when like Russia stabbed France 3 times in a row, and every single turn France said, "It's still better if we work together."
The thing is, I think...
and by the third one, Russia was like, I genuinely did not expect this response.
Yeah, I forgive Russia 3 times or something. It was wrong.
You see, I
It
think
wasn't that you had a bad plan. It was just your plan was kind of me and Italy teaming up on Turkey, and Italy didn't really want to do that. They literally told me I'm not a stabber and I don't want to do this to Turkey, so I'm not gonna go on my own. You also said you wanted to have Kiel, Berlin, and Denmark back, so I'm that would mean giving up 3 centers for me for a chance to do something on my own against Turkey without any support. That didn't seem like the best idea.
Yeah, I think IS France was trying to hold the Italy-Russia alliance together more than either Italy or Russia, so it didn't work out.
I was just trying to see what I could take out best. In hindsight, I should have took that alliance and killed Turkey, but you know.
Then probably I would have won, honestly.
Yeah, this was another thing, right? We had an incredibly strong northern Russia through a lot of this, which isn't something you see all that often, right? A Russia that does very, very well in the north, but not in the south. How did you stop that line from collapsing at any point? Just dedicating a ton of resources up there?
I don't know, diplomacy.
It worked.
I was kind of just like in like if you look at where my units are positioned, the west was pretty much holdable. Like in the beginning, Germany made such an insane aggressive play towards me, so it wasn't too hard to get Austria on board of, well, maybe not doing that. And at some point you have the units in the north, and that just kind of keeps going on. I wasn't attacking Tim at all, which meant he also wasn't attacking me, and we kind of went on. I wasn't bothering anyone. So I wasn't getting much out of it, but I wasn't losing anything. And I think we had the French threat that kind of kept everything moving towards me.
Yes, and I mean that's
some context on that insane play at the start. By the way, that just blew up. It was a last 10-second decision. I was going down to Austria, and I had told Russia I was doing that, and then I heard that Austria found out, and I was like, fine then, and I switched my orders in like the last 30 seconds.
I may have told Austria, so that may, in hindsight, not have been my best move.
I mean, it worked out. You were basically in the lead the whole game.
That is true.
There was like 2 years where everyone was against you, Russia. 2 whole years.
But I had it in the qualifying game too. At some point in my qualifying game, there was a call, and they put there everyone except me. And so after a few minutes, I joined the call, and then they went to a different call all without me. And this was a little like that, but I guess talking helped because I made the deal with Turkey, and I'm still in Denmark and Kiel.
Yeah.
Here's if we go to spring of 03, I want to know what I'm looking forward to seeing the commentators talk about Budapest to Galicia with Vienna support.
Ah, yes.
And with Micah, I did know about that.
Of course you did.
I did know about that. And I said, you know what? It was Austria's idea. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to stay out of this. If you do it, it's great for the IT position.
Yes, I get why you would like this.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to say either way. But I was like, okay. He said he's going to do it. It's like, okay, fine. But then where it could have changed, you wanted to cover... You didn't want to tap. If you go to the fall of 03, this is where it could have changed in a big way. If you'd have tapped Galicia there in fall of 03,
yes,
I would have taken Budapest, but I wouldn't have had to support Romania. I would have slid the armies across, and then we would have just gone after Italy after that.
Yeah, but there was a chance that Galicia was going for Warsaw here, and sure, I could have covered with or Prussia, but then I would not have Berlin, and Berlin was kind of important for having France cover everything.
I think when we first talked, you were like, "Hey, I need to cover I need to cover Ukraine. I need to. I can't remember how you said it.
No, it
But
was the
it was. It
original
was. Yeah, I was
plan
just.
to-
I was just assuming Prussia or Silesia was going to cover Warsaw.
Yeah, but that was my original plan because I wanted to have Ukraine support hold Romania and
Yeah.
then either of the other units go to Warsaw. But then I realized the play for Berlin and I talked about it with France because it only worked if France was gonna go to Kiel. And also English Channel was supposed to hit North Sea here so that
Which would have put you
Denmark
into Denmark.
wouldn't get lost.
Yeah.
That was the whole plan.
Okay, actually, I do want to ask France about this turn and the turn before, right? So, spring 1903 here, France has just gone in and set up the convoy, and we in the commentary booth were saying, you know, oh, well, there's the convoy into the British Isles, but it seems kind of difficult to pull off because there are so many units on the British Isles. It's so easy to counter, right? And you have to get quite lucky to actually get in. And of course, France doesn't end up going for the convoy. You pull back into English Channel and, like, peace out. So was that your initial intention going into this phase?
Yeah. So some context for this phase is actually goes back to fall 1902, which is that England was not supposed to get into Munich. Originally, the plan was for Germany to retreat Bohemia to Munich, which would have stopped the retreat into Munich that England got. And then the hope was to deny England any builds. They wouldn't have had a build in Liverpool, which would have meant the convoy would actually be guaranteed in the spring phase. But then, like, obviously seeing England get into Munich and the build in Liverpool, that completely changed the direction of our thoughts. And also seeing, this advancement of Juggernaut on the board, we were really thinking, okay, we need to, like, morph this into some weird Western triple. What's the best way to demilitarize this England-France zone? And those were the moves that England and I ended up agreeing on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It
you...
was supposed to be a sort of demilitarization, yeah.
Right, so you both agreed on the moves for this phase. So London moving to English Channel was also agreed? Or tried to?
So wait a minute. Hold on. Before we go.
I think
So
that
fall
was
of
just that was just in case he was gonna do something else.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So
I
fall
think
of-
I go ahead, Tim.
So if we're looking at fall of 03, how do you call this a juggernaut?
I think we were
How do you
looking
not
at
call it a
spring
juggernaut,
of
Tim?
03. But yeah, this is looking pretty juggernauty, right? You've got Turkey and Russia both being quite strong and pushing forward.
But no, I'm actually going backwards.
What, with Smyrna in order to build a fleet? I don't think
I
that counts.
didn't know it was going to be a fleet. Okay, all right.
That was my suggestion.
And here I didn't think it was going to be a juggernaut. I had fully intended to take Romania after this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Italy and I agreed that Austria has to be out of the game here.
I have two more questions about this phase, and then I'll wrap up the stream. Obviously, people can keep talking in here, and if other people want to join in the conversation, DiploStrats server is pinned in the chat and in the description. But two more questions here. In the fall of 1903, Mid-Atlantic Ocean moves up to North Atlantic Ocean following that English fleet. Was that agreed with England, or was that one...
No, that was not agreed with England.
Yeah, I thought that was the case.
France was supposed to go to the Med.
That's exactly what we expected.
Stab, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. The convoy is back on the table.
This was just the amazing dynamic in the north that happened, right? It was just a constant shift of, are they working together? Aren't they working together? Stab, not stab, stab.
I was doing my absolute damnedest as the Danish Vikings to keep the party together. And France and England both were like, ah.
I was
and
shocked
rightfully so.
in spring of 04 that France didn't go for the convoy into Clyde. After it looks like France has been trying to convoy onto England for ages, and then the convoy is guaranteed now, and means Liverpool is probably guaranteed in the fall. To see France then decide, nope, now I'm gonna not go for it.
Yeah,
spring 04, that was an agreement, those moves. Then we were back on track.
Yeah, I was just saying I didn't expect you to come to an agreement with England that you felt good about here when I felt like you could finally eliminate England. I felt like you finally got the edge.
I was hoping that as well. I ended up changing my moves very late into the phase when I had received like confirmation from multiple people that Italy was stabbing this phase. So I knew that going into the phase, and I was like, oh, like late in the phase. So that's why I sent Mid-Atlantic down to Spain and Brest into Mid-Atlantic. Originally, I had more aggressive moves planned,
See,
but I
thought
figured
that-
with
I
Italy
thought that-
stabbing, I didn't
Yeah, I
have an
thought that
option
was going to
anymore.
happen the previous year because you really didn't have a play against England. I was like, yeah, there's no dots there for France to grab. But then you got him to move out of now. He should have never moved out of now until you were committed to the South.
The only reason why I think I out-survived Austria is because I made that exact argument. I came to both England and France and just screamed, I'm like, neither of you win if you don't team up now. You can't take England. It's impossible.
Yeah, and that's fully what I expected. I was like, okay, well, he's not going to get anything, so why don't I send Germany?
Okay,
I mean,
so
Germany. I think it was you, Germany, that came in and talked to Austria or Italy and I and said, hey, listen, if you two fight, neither of you are going to win.
Yeah, I was telling you both to go on Russia immediately.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Honestly, after Russia convinced the two people that was attacking with me to not, I was full game. Just get someone else to attack Russia, basically. I genuinely thought that like your best move, Turkey, was moving in on Russia. And I was actually surprised most of the game that you weren't. I was very surprised, even like after during like spectator. It felt like your best move was like always to go for Sevastopol and Moscow. I was very surprised.
Yes, I did want to quickly ask one question before we wrap up the stream. Tim, going back to the phase before I was talking about, so winter 1903 here. Of course, it's a build phase. You can't talk to anyone because of the format of this. There were some comments that came up on the stream saying this fleet build just lost Tim the game. Like, he had an Italy who is willing to build Fleet Rome here, right? Surely that Italy is not going to side with him after he builds Fleet Smyrna. What's going through your head in this moment, and what were the negotiations like afterwards?
Right here, actually, Italy should have known I was coming for them. Russia and I were talking about piffing the Russian fleet coming into the spring and converting that to another to a fleet in the north.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would move out of Romania from there. And that's where everything went sideways.
I never agreed to that. You said, let's do this. I said no, and you did it anyways, and then we're surprised that I thought it was a stab.
But no, more specifically, I wanted to know, like, it felt like a lot of the game you were playing this balancing act of trying to keep both players to either side of you on side, right?
Yes.
This whole time. And this fleet build felt like it was gonna get someone to turn against you who you could not afford to have turn against you in Italy. So I want to know, were you thinking about that at the time? Like, was this...
I did. I said, I think this build could upset Italy. But it was just diplomacy at that point. But also, my argument for Italy was, hey, listen, France isn't going to get much out of England. So if they want to go somewhere, they're going to have to come south.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Gotcha.
I just left it at that. And I was like, okay.
And
that way, and also, and I was like, well, if that doesn't pan out, oh well, I've got 3 fleets down there, and I don't have any pressure from Russia,
then
because she built Moscow instead of Sevastopol, and I think we talked about that beforehand, didn't we, Micah? You were going to build Moscow.
I don't remember actually. Wait, which
I
season?
thought we did. It was winter 03 where I built Fleet Smyrna.
Then
Sorry, I was zoned out for a minute.
That's completely
it's 4 in the night.
Yes.
Let's see, 1904
Then
fall.
after
winter 03.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, England, do you want to say something?
no, it's just after fall 05.
Actually, I don't think we have ever really... We almost never discussed builds. We just kind of knew what we expected the other person to do. I built Moscow here because I expected, like, England has 2 disbands. That's probably gonna be in the north since they want to defend their homeland. Sevastopol is a bit aggressive. Warsaw is filled. I guess it's Moscow. I don't think we've discussed this.
I will admit I didn't pay enough attention to the West as I should have. So some of my moves and some of my builds were probably not as efficient as they could have been. Like, I didn't realize England was losing 2 up here. So if I realize in the fall, so maybe I make different moves.
I don't know. I think you managed it pretty well, like, in terms of keeping the threat level at the right level. Because obviously France is enormous in Winter 1903 here. This is, like, the biggest threat France on a 1903 board I think I've ever seen. So, yeah, that was maybe what I was worried about with the fleet build, was France is going to run away with this. But yeah, it worked out really well. Sorry,
but
I did want to say...
I'm thinking if these French fleets are coming into the Med, then Italy's going to need some backup.
Right.
And then, of course, you know how Turkey always comes into Ion to help Italy.
Yes.
So, I mean, I was thinking of that as well. I was thinking a couple moves ahead. It's like, yeah, I don't have to move in Italy now, but Italy would know, hey, you shouldn't be building that there. But if I'm paying more attention to the West, maybe I move Ankara to Armenia and build that fleet in Ank instead.
All right, so...
knowing that I'm going to take Romania.
Yeah, England, you wanted to say something about 05?
Yeah, it's just after 05, fall 05, Turkey, you wanted to end the game right there.
Oh, with a Russian win?
Oh!
Yeah.
I probably overreacted to Trieste to Vienna and letting Russia get into Budapest, because that wasn't the plan. It was supposed to be Trieste supports Budapest, and then in the following year we put Trieste into Vienna.
It was very interesting that I was the one that needed to tell you that.
Yeah.
I believed Italy more, and I even pulled out of Ion there, so to give Italy some space.
Yes, we saw that. So I'm gonna go back to current season here, so we can see the final board again. Turkey 10, Russia 9, France 8, England 4, Italy 3, and of course Austria and Germany eliminated. Well played to all of our players. Fantastic play throughout the tournament. Again, coming first and second on those qualifying boards was not an easy thing in the slightest. And then playing again on this top board and playing so well and giving us such a fantastic game to commentate was awesome. Thanks again for playing. Congratulations once again, Tim. And it's been fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to doing the next one of these.
And
GG, everyone.
Thank you for hosting.
And good game, everyone. And yes, CaptainMeme, thank you very much for hosting this.
Thank you for hosting.
All right.
It was very well run. A lot of fun.
You are very welcome. And thanks, of course, to all the viewers for watching. I'm going to end the stream now.